Just wanna hear the knock you low. Knowledge is power, keys to the soul. Truth is healing, don't let the hurt take control. Walking out the church into this temple. I learned the sacred teachings, but this stuff ain't simple. My food got pop like a face full of cool because he took her own. But he said life before they sent them home. I'm not a mason, just a more, so protect the throne. My elders say I know too much. Any masons wanna hush me up. But I'm an Asiatic king and I don't follow much. Any queen love my leadership, they wanna go to lunch. I say let's build this empire and get this money up. I'm in tune with my ancestors, so I stay in touch. I'm in tune with my ancestors, so I stay in touch. And when they call my phone, that's when I pick it up. They tell me move along because you have been touched. Why must we die just to stay alive? I feel like I live. These are thoughts that's in my mind. I'm an Asiatic king, got my ways and I can fly. I'm on my spaceship. Why must we die just to stay alive? I feel like I live. These are thoughts that's in my mind. I'm an got my ways and I can fly. I'm on a spaceship.
Still can hear that?
Yeah.
Islam.
I will not falter, just push it harder within my heart. Knowledge just ended, apprehended, like yes, I must have been through this ocean that has fallen deep inside this depth.
Won't got some ham.
Say what, brother?
I ain't know you had no ham, Mo.
Yes, I must end that child. Those that remember fine, overly improvise. Frequencies come alive. You get the waves. My music used to be contained within the history. I'm making memories to remember. Step in the center, then show the truth. Attach produce a you can see. Y'all must proceed. Detective these vibrant personas, energy holders that I'm condoning so. Like I'm supposed to go. Like some hoping you talking to inspire the higher things that we can reach. Peace to be the need. To take this lesson, musical brothers, hip hop protect. Why must we die? Just to stay alive. I feel like I live. These are thoughts that's in my mind. I'm an Asiatic angel, got my wings and I can fly. I'm on my spaceship, was what angel number 5. Why must we die? Just to stay alive. I feel like I live. These are thoughts that's in my mind. I'm an Asiatic angel, got my wings and I can fly. I'm on a spaceship, was what angel number 5. Why must we die? Why must we die? Just to stay alive. Just to stay alive. Why must we die? Why must we die? Just to stay.
Peace of love. That's a song by me and the other Prince, Jahad Dennis L. Day. Play one more song for meditation purposes, and then we'll go ahead and get started in our class. Y'all probably heard this song before. My Empress probably think I play it out too much, but I just love it. It's just the lyrics.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll get started after this. I do leave in reference that you should use this song as meditation. It's really not about the beat, it's really the wordplay for me. Just give everybody enough time to come on, and you know, the ones that's running late.
I said 5 in the morning, I wake up to 5 for my eyes. Yeah, in my mind is a warning. Praying to the one you and lying. I've been wondering all day, tried to be fine, but I can't be. The noise in my mind wouldn't leave me. I tried to get by, but I'm burning. My mind is right, all these thoughts are troubling. Running to get to my baby, running to be on my lane. My mind, running to be on the side, when it's time to leave my life. Running trying to make me out. Yeah, yeah, already.
Peace, peace. How you doing?
Shalom, brother. Peace and love. We take 10 seconds, moment of silence for the brothers and sisters we lost last year, our ancestors. It's a good 10 seconds of silence. Peace of love. Islam, Ashe, Hotel. How you doing? Hello. All them good words. Greetings. It's a lot of us from different walks of life. You have Moors, Hebrew Israelites, Black, etc., etc. Today is the first day of Kwanzaa and unity. The biggest key for me tonight is unifying us as one. We're seen as melanated people, black, brown, yellow, red, whatever color you want to name yourself or organizations. We're still being attacked by the same beast. Thank y'all for being here tonight. Like I said, I have a very big passion in my heart for my people and fighting to get us out the struggle and the trenches. But it's going to take the work of all of us working together, operating like a bicycle. Somebody has to be the wheel, somebody has to be the handlebars, somebody has to be the chain. But the chain is like the gas pump, the gas tank inside a car. If it ain't no chain, the wheels ain't moving. So it's peace and love. Thank y'all for tuning in. I think my panelists are here. We got brother Namir. He's on the panel tonight. The Conrad Chris, my great brother L Maker up here, Clean Money, my business partner. You know, get to smell good. I do want a sister to engage on this panel because I don't want it to be dominated by men. So if there's a sister that want to be added to this panel, you can. The questions is specifically for the panel. I will open the floor for everybody else to come in. You can question the panelists, or you can just pose the question to the people on the panel. I am your host. I'll be acting on the panel as well. I'm Prince Yoshi Fire. Someone know me as the Prince of United Washita, Yehoshua, or the Houthi Bishop Elday. All honor to our Prophet Noble Drew Ali. Give honor to our Empress Tiara. Honor to all the Asiatic fighters and freedom fighters and ancestors, Malcolm, Martin Luther King. All these people played some type of role in our society, even as well as the Prince, all Masons as well. So it's time for us to unify under the one umbrella. So thank y'all for tuning in tonight, the first day of Kwanzaa. I just want my panelists to introduce yourself tonight. I will start with Namir. Please be brief. Even when we ask questions, you ain't got to go 10, 15 minutes out the way. Just give your answer so we can move on to the next question. Also be respectful. Don't just interject. Raise your hand. You do have something on your Zoom or on your phone where you can click and raise your hand. Don't just cut off each other. Respect each other. I mean, act very civilized. So I want Namir to introduce himself. Then I go from Namir to L Maker to the Conrad Chris. I introduce myself last. And there's no sisters that want to step up for this panel tonight.
One of my sisters step up. I see y'all.
Peace and love, goddesses and guys. I'm at work. I would definitely step up, but I don't want to have to stop speaking because I have to take customers. Any other sisters want to step up?
Gina raised her hand, so cool. Gina, so you saying you'll step up on the panel tonight, correct?
Yes, sir.
Islam. There we go. So brother Namir, can you go ahead and introduce yourself? Then I pass the mic to L Maker, then the brother Conrad.
I'm gonna let Empress Jenna go first. Matriarch.
Ladies first, go. That's fine.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Gina Miller Long. I'm from North Carolina, married, mother of 2, currently correcting my status, and self-employed.
Islam, peace and love.
Love. Namir Bay, Virginia, Republic, public minister and ambassador for the most divine and national of the world. Those that know me, I'm out here fighting for my people every day. You know, always dropping Jews and the law. Islam.
Brother L Maker, my great brother. Can't hear your microphone muted, brother.
All right, blessings, everybody. I'm from North Carolina originally, is where I met the brother, but I'm down in Atlanta right now, and I'm all for like seeing our people make it. It's definitely been I don't know, like I was trying to explain to somebody yesterday, you know, just being born as a Black male has definitely been an experience, you know, lies, you know, just all types of stuff. So just being here, you know, to see people willing to talk and, you know, work through the issues is a beautiful thing, man. I'm here, I'm full support.
So, good, Conrad, Chris.
Brother Comrade Chris here, representing the DMV, Revolutionary Freedom Fighter.
Islam. I would want my great brother to introduce me because he has been walking alongside of me. So I would like the L Maker to introduce me and the work that we have done in North Carolina and what he has seen. And I mean, this is firsthand knowledge.
Well, yeah, for me to introduce this brother is a great pleasure. You know, sometimes we speak and people take our words out of context. I actually spoke about 4 years ago, and I went back and looked at the message. I thought that I was actually speaking to lift my people up, but somebody said that I was big-headed, and in my mind, I'm thinking, damn, I don't want to be big-headed. You know, and I've watched this brother right here, you know, come from the streets, and people would judge, you know, kind of edgy, street edge. But if you look at his heart and you see what he's trying to accomplish, even today, being on this call, to come and see what he's accomplished since the times that I met him, beautiful work. I'm sitting in the studio right now, like everything is just changing for me, like all the time, bro. Like I've been trying to push great music for our people. Same thing with Pharaoh. I say that this is one of the greatest young men that I met. The history that I have with him, you know, when I was in North Carolina, he invited me to places I never would have went, you know, to see government officials talk about who's elected, who's going to be in seat. I really have never gotten involved with any of those things. But, you know, Pharaoh invited me, man. I came in, watched governors, rooms full of police officers, K9 dogs, all types of stuff, man. It's just unbelievable to see, you know, him working with the community, going out to find out who are the Moorish, you know, temple, who's actually standing in the seats that can give us real information, who can support. You know, I've been watching him do this, and I watched him do this with no resources. I watch him do it with a lot of the times no support. So I say all of that to say, you know, thank you for giving me an opportunity to introduce you. I'm another Black man living in this world, bro. It's hard, bro. Sometimes I want to cry. Sometimes I want to give up. I just want to say to all of y'all, don't give up. And even if you cry, you know, just keep pushing, you know, and I believe in all of you. And it's been a hard process, you know, like just to believe, continue to believe in people and to continue to have people believe in me. So I hope that you hear my heart. I really love this brother, and I love all of you brothers and sisters on here. I hope that we continue to build. I think that we really do have some real answers. It's just like, I guess, just getting past all of the red tape and just jumping right in it. You know, God bless you. Speak and show what it is that you're here to do. Pharaoh, I got your full support, bro. I love you, and I love everybody on the call.
Love you too, and love our community. Yeah, he kind of said a mouthful of words. I do these calls on Sundays to unite the people. It's not just for the Moors. It's for all of our brothers and sisters to come and engage and build a relationship and network. Because the truth be told, we need each other. It ain't no organization for itself. We still need each other. Whether what unit, group, nation, organization you're a part of, we still need each other. Because even in these streets, these people see you as a Black man, somebody that they think they superior over. You got to do what they tell you to do. So now, I mean, it's time for us to take back our states. Peace of love. I thank everybody for being here tonight. I hope we do respect everybody's time. I'm not trying to hold you for 3 hours, but if the conversation get that good, then so be it. I want to go ahead and start off with the questions. So the panelists we have for tonight, if we got anybody that want to jump on the panel tonight, you can go ahead and raise your hand before we get started, because once we start out, we'll be locked in.
Prince,
Yes.
I'm gonna introduce myself real quick to the family. My name is Ellis Ramsey. I go by Boney. That name my mother for being skinny, so that's why I call myself Boney. I'm sure y'all know what the shalom mean. But peace and love to everybody, man. I'm thankful to be here. I'm gonna continue to be here as much as possible. I do take my priorities from the Most High serious. I'm a warrior of the Most High. And I've been a part of all the revolutionary and the same thing we all trying to work towards, you know, mind, spirit, and soul, you know. So anything for that progression, that's what I'm here for, and that's what I'm gonna keep pushing forward, you know, whatever the means necessary to do it. You know, that's who I am. And what do? I'm gonna continue to keep building economically Black-owned business, or, you know, whether it's called more Hebrew business or whatever it is, you know, so we could leave something behind for our children, you know, something we could leave behind for the people, you know. So that's just where I stand, and my purpose.
Is there anybody else that want to introduce themselves or be a part of the panel? If you want to be on the panel, just hit the raise your hand button. If not, then we'll go ahead and get in the dialogue. I ask everybody that's not on the panel to sit back, just tune in. I will give you a chance to ask questions or to interject, to make your statements, opinions, or facts. However it comes out, it's your truth. Peace and love. So the panelists we have tonight is Namir, Comrade Chris, the sister Gina, and my brother El Maker up here where it says Clean Money, and myself. Question number one, what is the biggest problem that you see in our community? And I don't want you to give me a solution for it. I just want you to answer the question. So we'll get back. We're doing the pros and cons. We'll come back and see what solutions can we make for these problems. So question number one, what is the biggest problem that you see in our community? I'll start off with the sister Gina.
Miseducation.
Why would you say that?
One, everybody's being taught different things instead of the right thing. Because everybody's divided in what they're being taught, and everybody basically has like the colloquial understanding of what's going on instead of the literal terms of what's going on.
So you mean to tell me the stuff they taught you in school, it ain't teach you the truth?
Correct.
How you figure this out?
Because just the terms colloquial versus literal. Colloquial means what everybody comes to understand what a word to mean versus what the literal word means in the definition of the book, in the definition of the dictionary.
So it's basically knowing the truth for what it seems to be and not for exactly what it is.
Correct.
Okay.
Like everybody believes that Black is to deal with the identity of a person when it's actually a legal term to deal with legal engineering, to deal with social engineering of the populace.
Question next will go to the brother Namir. I asked you the same question I asked her. What is the biggest problem that you see in our community?
Let's say the disconnect of the older generation versus the new generation and economics. Like, there's no time. Like, the babies are being left unattended in a sense, kind of fending for themselves. So it's causing all this havoc and killing and murdering and hurting, and there's no nurturing. I think it's the family, our families have been kind of like divided internally. Internal homes have been divided.
So what's the biggest cause of this division?
Like
system.
you said, miseducation.
So you think education plays a big role?
And economics as well. A means of supporting, being able to support your family. A lot of brothers and sisters can't support their family, so so it turns into more of like a savagery. Like people, do anything for the bag or anything to, how can you say, put food on the table.
So basically, when you cannot provide for your family, it pushes you back into the streets to make you do things that's illegal. So now you gotta look over your shoulder because you're trying to provide for your family. Would you say that makes that brother less of a man, or is that brother just trying to provide for his family? By all means necessary.
Well, like she said before, colloquially, it'll look a certain way, right? But when we get to the root of a lot of these things, school to prison pipeline, they taking our brothers out the home. They taking it, they separating the family structure. Just divide and conquer, really.
Just to put something out there, in legal terms though, crime can have a positive or a negative effect.
Yes, that's correct. but everybody's up here is not up to that speed with terminology. So I do not want y'all acting in the capacity of, how would you say? You know what I mean?
Yes, sir.
I just don't want to go over people's heads. I want to keep it at a mid gauge where they can comprehend and understand. That's a situation where we can build up and, reinvent, introducing the different term, and where we can educate our people to get them to the level and standards of nationals.
But that's like on that Robin Hood stuff right there.
Yeah. Great brother L Maker, what is the biggest problem you see in our community?
Well, you know, from the Willie Lynch letter, it talks about, you know, our finances. I think that, like the brother said, being able to provide for our families so we can keep our sanity. You know, it gets kind of hard to even have a clear mind if you ain't got the things that you know you need to take care of yourself and your family. And then when you don't have the things for your family, it really makes the woman feel insecure. So I just think that finances, and it's such a weird thing because we make a lot of money in the Black community. It just seems like it's just misappropriated. We buy a lot of the wrong things, which I think we already know that. I just don't understand how to even help us because it seemed like a lot of, you know, just very logical answer, you know, logical things can help us. But you know, the problem is finances, and then, you know, a lot in those finances to the right things and rebuilding in our community, you know, creating opportunities for young brothers like us, because we talk about, you know, the Black man being a child, but when he grows up, then what happens is like we supposed to not care. I used to be a child, and then I just ended up being a grown man trying to figure out what a child was. I mean, they stuck me as a child, but I'm still like a child, a grown man, just trying to figure out the same shit. Excuse my language.
Right. The key points I got from you is basically our community misuse of funds. And if we was to teach our community how to operate as a business or even as a nonprofit, because once you have sit in a position of these things, you're not allowed to misuse funds. You have to use these funds properly. So, like you said, growing up as a child, we wondered. Then we become a man, and now we still wondering because
Still not stable.
we're looking at this system that has been set up against us, and this system is still being built as we still growing. And we're like,
Yeah.
how do we get over a fence that continue to grow higher? I'm climbing the fence, but the fence keep growing. So how
Definitely.
do I get over a fence that continue to grow?
Gotta dig deep beneath the rocky soil. We gotta go under the fence or through it.
So I really felt where you came from that. Like we grow up as men, and when we become men, our community like, oh, he's a man. He don't need our support. He's a
Still haven't,
man.
still no structure. Still like, I promise you, as a kid, I can remember going to school, you know. I remember my mom wasn't able to buy Christmas, and they had these long lines where you come in and you get gifts. You know, we get a pair of pants, get a coat, you know what I'm saying? Long lines, like movie theaters. And we come in, we get a little something for the Christmas, and that made us feel good, you know. But it's just devastating, bro. Like I say, it's devastating, bro. Like, only thing I'm looking for now is the real answers, bro. Like, cause I'm tired of talking. I'm tired of, like, you know, trying and then being considered the one that didn't try. Like, how do you try and then be considered not the one that tried? I just don't get it, bro. It's like, it's real confusing, bro.
Yeah, it could take you into a thought of deep depression, make you want to just say, fuck it. I don't want to do it no more. Like,
Exactly.
I don't want to be here no more. Like, do whatever you want to do with me. I mean, I get them thoughts in my mind. I push so hard and hard and hard, and
Hard, bro.
like this door won't open up. Why won't this? I done kicked it. I done turned it. I done put a key in it. I done did
Don't work.
everything, and the door still won't open.
Mhm.
But it's not us as individuals that's gonna open the door. It's us as unity coming through this door like an elephant. An elephant is power, is weight, is strength. Strength is in numbers. So we continue to move as individuals and not support each other, then we're only causing damage to our community and our society. Even when we, like you said, we misuse of funds. When we take our money and put it back in their community, we just hurt our community. When you get up and go to work every day and go work for that man that paid you, and you turn around and put this money right back in his pocket, you just work for that man for free. You still have not accomplished nothing. And that's how wicked it gets. He's like, yeah, I'll pay you $15 an hour. It ain't gonna hurt me because you're gonna turn around and put the money back into my society. It ain't like you taking the money and building your community up. You spend money at McDonald's, Wendy's, Walmart. We should be investing into our own economics, retail stores, international trading. We have to come together as a unity, as a nation of people. We got to get out this, I'm a Hebrew, I'm a Moor, I'm pro-Black. We are all of these things. We are the creators of all of these organizations. Even Washita being the oldest indigenous people of the earth, that means anything that was organized and created by off of the original woman, it still belongs to the original woman, and it means it still belongs to her children, which is whom? Us. I'm gonna slide on down here to Brother Chris. The question is, as I ask everybody else, what is the biggest problem that you see in our community?
Grand Kwanzaa, Umoja. Perfect day to have such a discussion. I think the biggest problem in our community, it is a lack of unity. Because with galvanized unity, all the other fundamental issues could be addressed.
The lack of unity. You said that very well. So what we got, key points we got so far is economics, education, misuse of funds, and lack of unity. That's what we got so far. We'll get to the problem solving in a minute. Next question. What do you think you can do to contribute to make changes in our community? That will go to the sister.
Well, first thing is kind of like the funny way to say it is like evangelize to the people and educate them. Like that's the only way I know how to put it. You know what I'm saying? Like when you come across somebody, like no one, you see one, teach one. You know what I'm saying? Like
Teach one, teach one. So you said each one teach one. That's something you can contribute. That means you're reaching out, networking, checking on people, seeing how they doing. You know, don't always bring them a product or a service. Bring them some love sometimes. How you doing? How your mother doing? You know, how everything going. So us as Black people, we tend to hey man, you can spend some money with my business. Hey, you want me to spend money, but you ain't asked me how I'm doing. You asked me, am I fine? What about how I'm doing? Maybe I'm messed up right now. Maybe I'm going through some things I need to talk about. You got an ear you can lend me? So Each one teach one. We gotta start showing love. Stop. You can challenge yourself this week. If you catch a person mugging you, you should just tell them, hey brother, I love you. I just want you to know that. You gotta stop looking at me like that though, brother. Still love you though. You ain't gotta mug your brother and sister. Peace and love, brother. Nah, man. Even in class, Sunday school we had today. What I tell you, what I say? When a person get to acting like they lower self, what do you guys think?
Satan, where you going?
Satan, where you going? Where you going, Satan? You going to devour some more people? Where you going?
I'm pouring for the earth. Who I made the vow.
You coming to or fro?
Right. Next question, Amir. What do you think you can contribute to make changes in our community?
Well, listen to your good brother introduce you. Something that I haven't been doing. Well, I had a chance to kind of do it this year. I got with a brother here that was running for city council. I was just his photographer, but I got to go to every event. I mean, to sit on these different council board meetings in these different cities, just going around different meetings. I didn't know there was so many meetings going on. You know, you look out here and don't think nothing going on, but there's a lot going on. And, you know, just to see so many different meetings and people meeting up, you know, older generation, younger. But what I did see is a lot of our neighborhoods that our people are in, we ain't show up to our meetings. You know, even when I was with my Temple brothers, man, for the last few years here, man, just, you know, even in these different, we don't show up. We don't show up. And if you don't show up, how can you have a say? If you don't show up, so I would say what I could do is be more active in gathering my people. I think I'm active in speaking up, like whenever like I could be in the street and something may happen, I can speak up. That's another thing too. A lot of people don't speak up when they're supposed to. They just sit and let things just slide by, or you know how it is. You get locked up, you come out, and instead of advocating, you just stay out the way.
Yeah.
Certain things like that, or just, you know, if something happened to you, you can go through some traumatic moment, but instead of sharing it with somebody so they don't go through it, you sit and wait. Oh, you got to go through it too. You know, I think what it is, we're hoarding a lot of things that we shouldn't be hoarding, and we should, like the say, we got to teach each other. You know, if somebody then hit the debt ceiling, they didn't pull the veil off. Hey, you need to open up the flow so we all can eat. You know, but you know, a lot of times, you know, one person want to look bigger than the other, or think you got something somebody else ain't got. You know, that's mostly our people. It's a bunch of envious. What the word say? Envious and covetous, covet other people's stuff. You know what I'm saying? We can have the same thing. All this stuff is out here. They make plenty of it. You know, they make it by the book, by the load. So, you know, we get over material. I think it's material things too. Gotta, you know, I don't know. More people gotta tap into more of ourselves. I think a lot of people, you know, they be looking at other people and what they got instead of looking at what you have. So I think my thing would teach people more about themselves and gathering other people. People ain't coming out and representing, even if you don't know. Islam.
Islam, true indeed. And you're right, a lot of people hold back a lot of information, and they do. But I do also believe certain information is only for certain people that require it. You can't give a fool high definition information because he's not gonna know what to do with the information.
But the problem is
He's
they can
run
turn
around
something
taunting
up.
people with it.
Probably
So,
say you can turn something up.
yeah, he said I won't give you everything because you just tear it up. But knowledge is not to be misused. Knowledge is to be applied to yourself. The only reason that science will work is if you apply it. If you don't apply the science, guess what? It doesn't work. It's just like a vacuum sweeper. You want to vacuum the floor, right? Well, plug it in. If you don't plug it in, guess what? It don't work. It's the same thing with knowledge. You have to apply it to yourself. Brother L Maker, what do you think that you can contribute in our community to make a change?
Well, what I've been willing to give in times past is just all of the skills that I bring to the table. You know, I sing, I rap, I produce music, I play guitar, and I try to bring, you know, the positive side of all the, you know, to all of those industries. So, you know, really, I'm at a time right now, Pharaoh, I don't really know what to do. I'm not giving up and I'm not weary. It's just like I said, you know, I've tried a lot of things. And so right now, I think that the only thing that I can really do better, honestly, is to like perfect myself because, you know, in times past, you know, you can see so many different creative edges and opportunities, but if you're not the one that actually are sustainable, the one that actually can, you know, finance it and all of those things, then it takes a chance that what you're willing to offer is not even going to be valued. So I find that the one thing that I could do better is to make sure that I own my position and my time even more. Because sometimes, you know, I could be not have anything and still be out there helping and all of that. You know, it just doesn't seem like I'm really making a lot happen when I do it, when I'm doing it that way. So I'm thinking I need to really just go back and regroup and make myself strong. You know, but like I said, you know, even it says that a poor man's wisdom is not despised. So I think it's more or less me just focusing on the things that will allow me to be the mogul. So when I speak, it will be heard because I do have some good things to say. But like I say, you know, it just feel like, you know, I got to do some things with my personal self and make it count.
Peace and love. And my advice to you, my great brother, is to keep going forward. I always tell you, like, man, you one of the smartest brothers I met in my life. Like, it's just the way you think and the way you put stuff together is $1 million mind. Because you can take a whole system and break it down and retell it. And this has to operate like this. It doesn't work like that. It works like this. If you work it like this, it'll work. If you don't, you're gonna come back and ask me why this ain't working. And I'm gonna tell you again why this ain't working. So you gotta move it this way. But you gotta understand you have to take time to reflect. I went through that a couple of days. I'm like, man, you know what? These people don't get it. I'm tired. You know, I mean, keep pushing. I don't went in front of the governor. I've been in front of city officials. These people respect me. I can go in there and make changes and they take my advice and I give the same advice to my people and they don't use it. And it makes me look stupid to these officials because I'm telling them what to do and they're really doing it. But when I go back in the community and tell them to do it this way, they don't want to listen. They don't see it that way. But if I get this cracker the advice and he tell you to do it, guess what you're gonna do? You're gonna do the same thing that I told him to tell you to do behind the scenes, which don't make no sense to me. But you have to take time to reflect. You gotta go get your own peace. Sometimes you just gotta push everybody to the side. Wait a minute, my peace has been tampered with. I need my peace. I gotta reflect because if I don't reflect, then my lower self's gonna come out and everybody's gonna look at me like I'm the bad guy. Because even as leaders, as bosses, as entrepreneurs, we have emotions, we have feelings, we have things we go through, we have families, we have tribes, we have things we need to take care of. We go through hardships as well. But when you out in the community and you're, hey, this works this way, and we got this smile on our face, you don't know how we feel behind the door. You don't know what we going through. Now, I mean, all of that is hidden behind the mask. We don't want to show you that because we want you to live. But we're still damaged and traumatized behind the door. We
Very much
still
so.
want to see our people grow. But your time coming, brother. Believe that. That's manifesting. I'm telling you.
Bless.
You on your way. You gotta
Absolutely.
understand it has to be a storm. There has to be a storm before the sun shines. So you see the dark clouds and it's raining hard. But once you get through this rain and this storm with that umbrella, that sun gonna shine so bright. You're gonna have this good smile on your face, and all you can say is, I did it. I did it.
Absolutely.
It is done.
It's darkest before dawn.
In the morning.
Want to go to the good brother, Chris. Question is, what do you think you can contribute to make changes in our community?
All right, I'm gonna speak towards creating unity, and one thing in making changes for everyone is to be the example of whatever change you want to see. You know, so don't just speak of things that's a good idea and you don't live that life. You know, really live that life, embody that life on every level you possibly can. And also, you know, one thing that's big for our community is like we need more self-love. You know what I mean? Because with more self-love, it'd be easier for you to love your brother. It'd be easier for you to have more empathy and less aggression when you meet a random brother in the street. You know what I'm talking about? And also, is, you know, don't sweat the small differences, you know, because like we could worry about the small differences, you know, after we have full control of our destiny, you know, but until then, let's just focus on building, you know, building on the things that bring us together. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I got for now.
Anybody gonna ask me the question? I wanted to make a, y'all gonna ask me the question?
What can we contribute? What can you contribute, sir, to the community?
What I can contribute to the community. Information. Even when I was under the International Divine Minister, Victor Taylor L. from the Khalifa territory, even for our nonprofit, I was set up as the COI, Chief of Information. It was my job to get the information, digest it, simplify it, to bring it back to my people. And I think information goes in hand with education, economics. All of these things consist of reading and applying. Our people lack a lot in economics. I can't say we lack in education because we was all given the same education to a certain degree, because our people was put in poverty situations. We were put in a poor community, something called the ghetto. We wasn't placed in different communities because this is how the system was set up. The system wasn't set up for you to make it out the ghetto. It was set up for you to depend on this government. And I try to stress to our people a lot, there's a difference between public school and private school. The private school teaches their children a totally different way. They teach them how to build and create your own and become the employer and not the employee. The public school teaches you to become the employee. Yeah, I made it out of public school. Now I'm going to college. You're going to college to do what? You getting a degree in what? Did you research to see, do they even have enough jobs for you to get once you get these degrees in the field that you want to go in? No. These people tell you can be whatever you want to be. What you want to be when you grow up? They don't break this down to this is the opportunities that you can be when you grow up, and this what makes money, and this will always be here. And I know you want to be this when you grow up, but they ain't gonna have no jobs for you in that field when you grow up. These are things that has to be brought to our community. Information. That's why I went into them legislation office, House of Representatives, and I still got a good relationship in North Carolina with all these people. These people tell me all the time, call me. You need something, please just give me a call, man. You know, I support what you do. I might not engage in it, but you know, I respect you as a man and what you do for your people. But it's like, and I always get told, you before your time. I got told by the chief judge. He told me, you know too much. You need to hush up a little bit, dumb down. Know what I mean? You're doing too much. We still need to kidnap your people and place them inside our system. We don't want you to start messing with the numbers. So you have to understand what I could contribute to my people is information. It was my job to go into these different facilities, these different arenas, and see what these people talking about and how these people gonna move upon my people. So I can go back to my youth. Yo, y'all need to move around. They about to hit in a minute. You think it's a game? You think you run a block? When they send this SWAT team through here, that little Glock 17 with a steno in it, that ain't gonna mean shit to them when they hop out with these uniforms. And then if you move a certain way, they're gonna gun you down. See, as a city official, I was elected, and I used to get updated on what happens in the city before it happens in the city. And I used to drop jewels on my youth and the people that I cared about and the people that really cared about the information I was given. Even with the George Floyd. Yo, curfew about to kick in. This is the rulings they about to kick out. They're gonna push it in a couple days. So you get caught in a certain area, don't get mad because they're gonna move this way. I already told you, now you need to apply and move a certain way. But that's what I think I could contribute to this community. So information, that was my key given to me from one of my elders, chief of information. Question number 3. This might get a little touchy. How you feel about brothers and sisters that look like us that have touched on children, little boys, little girls, you might even be a victim to it. How you feel about it and what do you think should be done about it? Because you still have these predators roaming around in our community and it's never spoke on.
How do I feel about them? I need elaboration on the question. Like, there's
Okay, I'm gonna
'cause
elaborate. I'm gonna break it down in simple form. You have youth that grew up, know what I mean? And we got uncles. We got uncles in our community that didn't touch on their nieces. We got, and I'm not talking about nobody that was falsely accused or anything of that nature. I'm talking about the predators. They've been touched, they touched on your mama. They went from touching on your mama to touching on your child to etc. And the family always want to hush. You be quiet, don't you say nothing. We don't need this to get out to nobody. You don't say nothing. So what do we do about these individuals? And what do we tell our children at this point? Do we continue to allow this to happen in our community? Or do we express to our children, they need to stand up and say something?
it needs to stop. They need to be outed. And whether or not we take it up within our own community and get rid of them or not, it needs to stop. Period. That's my stance on it.
Have you ever been affected by it?
Yes,
Did you ever speak out?
not to the right people.
They looked at you like you was crazy and they told you you probably was lying or maybe it ain't happened that way.
I must have misunderstood.
Crazy. but you understood very well. They misunderstood.
I think it go back to what I said from the first question about the communication gap. You know, a lot of this stuff happened when people were babies, right? A lot of this stuff, like the touch has been touched on. The molester's been molested. Just like even with these institutions, a lot of these babies are not being the mothers and fathers. The fathers already ain't there. The mamas can't control them. So a lot of them be in the streets. They been in the streets early. It's just a lack of our dynamic is just so tore up. Like I said, I'm not giving no excuses or nothing like that. I'm saying that, you know, a lot of it is a lot of underlying issues. Once again, we got to go back to the root of a lot of the stuff too.
So do we get the person that have committed the act? Do we go get them help, or do we just get rid of them?
That's what I mean, in my heart and my soul, I'm like, yeah, get rid of them. You know, like back in the day, you know, if you stole something, they cut your goddamn hand off. You talk too much, they cut your tongue out. You know what I'm saying? You know,
My heart and soul, let them kill him.
But listen, but listen though.
But I understand, but
Even
in my
if we
mind,
kill
I
them,
understand they sick. You know what I'm
even if
saying?
we
Like
kill them, we
Namir
still
said.
ain't fixed the problem.
That's what I'm saying, because like
We have to identify the problem.
that's why I
They
said
have to
my mind
identify
knows
the
better.
problem. We identify the problem and they identify the problem. You have did some wicked shit. You have did something that goes against humanity. You need therapy. You need help. You need put away until you can comprehend that what you did is against humanity. Now, do that says that we're giving you an excuse for what you did? No.
I think a lot
We
of that
still
goes
have to kill you, but you should not be around nobody's child whatsoever.
I mean, I think it go back to these foreigners, these colonialists that came over here. You know, they start butt breaking our men, raping our women. You know what I'm saying? Even the term motherfucker from the Buck Act. You know, so a lot of this stuff been infused into a lot of our people. Like some of those older people, you know, a lot of that stuff that, you know, we can't even go back to and know what half our ancestors and our people went through. We went through a lot of stuff, man. Like even listening to that, just listening to the damn what's that you had on? The Color 5?
Hidden
Motherfuckers
colors.
eating you. Yeah. They can't even get around that shit. Motherfuckers eating you. So what the fuck is goddamn, you know, they do the incest. Even I know I first saw something like that from what was it? The Boondocks, right? It was showing how the European, that's what they do. That's why when we was joking about the Catholics the other day, how they fucking with the little boys, you know. So what I'm saying is a culture. Even that damn, remember the rich dude they got locked up in all that shit, and he supposed to act like he dead, and they killed him in jail. Hell, that bitch ain't dead. He on the island some goddamn way. You know, so I'm just saying a lot of this shit, man. They use our babies and our people for fucking instruments and sacrifices and all kind of shit. And then our dumbass people going along with that shit. Just the boule, the skull and bones. A lot of these damn societies that's all fucked up. And so what they doing, they infusing this shit into our people with money and bribery and just a bunch of bullshit. And our people so fucking far gone and so fucked up. You know, like I said, I'm not giving an excuse. I'm just giving a background of what even myself, I've been here for a little time. You know, I'm a little older than some of you, but you know, I done seen and been around some crazy shit, man. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, how in the hell I even make it this fucking far sometimes? So, you know, and I can understand Stockholm and how people are scared, you know, don't want to speak up. You speak up to the wrong person, then you can fuck around and get molested again, goddamn, or you get hurt again, or you fucking even get killed or some shit. So, you know, and if we turn around and let's say we start policing our own, right? And we do pull up on them. Like you say, we don't, a lot of our people, I got a uncle over in Berkeley, Barry Hicks. I don't know if any of y'all know Barry, but Barry, he been advocating for us for a long time. And what he says a lot of times is the abusers become the abuser, you know, and that's really what happens. It's like generation on generation on generation, and now, you know, it's like a domino effect.
This specific topic right here has to be addressed all the way around the board, even with the mothers that coerce their children to make up lies. Because I know some of them sisters that tell their children, say he did this, yeah, he said he leaving me. So if he leaving me, this gonna happen this way.
Well, shit, some of them get their damn babies up to the fucking man. Vice
And
versa.
it's some of the sisters that have went
Same
through
way
that
they
as
use it.
well.
Same way they use
I know a
they
sister
baby
right
social
now. Her
security
mama
numbers
told her
and
to
more
deal
shit.
with it. Deal with it, baby. You okay? You need to deal with it. You okay? Are you willing to share your daughter with your man? Oh, that means there's something wrong with the mama as well.
Very wrong.
No,
Sick.
it's back to what I was saying before, man. Put food on the table. You starve. You know, remember Precious, the fucking movie? Y'all watch Precious? They show
I
you
ain't
how,
watch it, but I
man,
know plenty of stories like it. You know what
and
I'm
a lot of
saying? Like,
times, listen, a lot of times we can't relate to shit or relate, excuse my French, we can't relate to certain things if we haven't really been through it. You know, we know people in our family that have, you might know
that's
people,
the thing.
but until you really go through some of these issues and these things yourself, like, just,
I was just about to say that.
like
I
even
was just
with education, if we go back to education, right? Check it. I can't read, I can't write, and I definitely can't add, right? So now I'm fucked up. I can't do for my family, right? So as a man, do you know how that make me feel inside? If I don't have $1 in my pocket or $1 in my account, I feel like some shit. So I can only imagine how the next brother or even a sister, right? And then these men, they taking us out of our family, locking us up. Then we come out, don't have nowhere to go, don't have no money, right? Our own people look down on us and some more shit. There's a lot of shit going on, man. I'm not, and like I said, I'm not giving no fucking passes for nobody. I'm just saying there's a lot of fucked up shit that our people go through, and that shit done trickled up to our time. The shit is fucked up. It really is.
A lot of
And
stuff
these Europeans watching this shit, they sitting back and they laughing. That's why we on this call now, to find solutions. You know, find the strong ones, pick out the weak ones, build them up, or however the case may be, or get some help. A lot of our people, our brothers and sisters shooting each other. You think they're going through some fucking mental health counseling, some shit? They just seen a 13-year-old just seen a fucking homeboy get their brains blowed out, and the other homeboy
On this situation,
they gotta go home to that shit. This shit happened right here in my grandma out there right now. So I'm just saying there's a lot of shit going on. You know, so we can't really point fingers at people. We can try to point them out and try to get them help. Yeah, I'm just on a my bad.
I'm gonna get a floor to L Maker, then I'm gonna slide to Chris, and I'm gonna go to the hands that was up.
My apologies.
All is well, brother. Gotta express that truth for Alpha David.
What's the question again?
Basically, how do we fix pedophilia, incest, rape, tortured? Basically, you know what I mean, the fundamentals of traumatizing the child.
It's that's a very it's a very sensitive subject because a lot of people may or may not talk about it, but every young man that I've met, and it's really hard to say, but out of a 10% ratio, it was like 9%. All of them have been molested. These are young men, and I'm not gonna make a difference and say it's different for a man to have that done to him than a woman. But psychologically, it just devastates me to just think, you know, for anybody to go through something against their will. But our young men, like, I think that this is really a bigger situation than what we probably are able to really look at, because we can't throw them away because like you pointed out, a lot of the times they were the victim first. And it doesn't make it right for them to come back and do it to someone else. But it's just like evil, just, the way that the evil was introduced to them is, okay, hey, look, you're going to be the victim. And then eventually you get a chance to play the other side of it. It's a real wicked process. But I say that to say this, it's a lot more prevalent than we think. And we just have to be patient with each other and be kind. And over the years, I've learned to be a lot softer than I was before. I would just kind of say things, might even say faggot or anything, but I just try to be very tasteful and tactful with how I want to present what I want to say, because it's a very hurtful situation. I think about, brothers that I really met that really went through this, bro. Like, it's crazy. Like, the last couple of guys that I actually dealt with, bro, most talented people in the world, bro. And they talk about it openly, molested, and it just seemed like it just causes something psychologically to never click. It's like they spaz out when we're talking, for no reason. Can't stick to working on systems and goals, and it's just been a real bad situation. But I did notice when I was in the church one time, and I liked the way that the church handled it. I was an elder in this church. It was a young lady in the church, and she was around, and they had recognized that the father was kind of acting very, aggressive toward her. And so they put her to the side and they asked her about it, and she opened up and talked about it. And once she told, the church that he had been molesting her, this was her father. It was her stepfather. And the long story came out where he was kind of jealous of the other father. So he hurt the child, which is not an excuse, but this is what he was saying. And he was willing to, he ran from me, and I don't know what he was going to do when he ran, but I chased him down, brought him back, and we agreed to take him down to the magistrate office. And we went down to the magistrate office. He told everything, and he went to prison. His wife stayed in the church. She actually stayed with him after this, which was, to me, all of it was like, it was overwhelming for me. But she stayed with him. After he got out, he came back to the house. The family was still together. It was very confusing to me, still to this day. All I can say is that I still don't think that situation was fixed. And I just think, like you said, it's just a lot of hush hush. I even have little children, like in my family. I know somebody noticed somebody sleeping and messing around with this child, but it's like everybody just sit around and act like it's okay. We be at a family reunion and I'm just sitting there watching, and I'm saying, we're not gonna say, ain't nobody gonna say nothing. I'm just supposed to be just sitting right here, I'm gonna just chill with y'all. Now I'm just like, all of us is cool. We all know. And we all, then when he ain't around, they'll say, yeah, it's him. He done molested all the kids. He done molested this one, the mama, the grandma, and ain't nobody gonna say nothing. Ain't nobody do. And it's like, I'm like the young generation. Like, I'm just freshly coming in, and I'm still willing and wanting to say something. I'm like, ain't nobody gonna say nothing. This is my uncle. This nigga is running around still doing this, and ain't nobody never took him to prison, hurt him, nothing. I don't get it, bro. Like you say, it's just a lot of passivity, not being honest, not standing up, not bringing this stuff to a head. I just don't know what to say, but I don't know what to do right now, bro. I'm a loss for words and action with everything.
You have to hold these people accountable to law. Because at this point, I would not leave my daughter around certain individuals in my family. And because I know if they touch my baby girls, man, listen, I'm going to jail for life. I'm just
guess what's happening out here? They leaving their babies with anybody and everybody so they can cut their ass out.
You
so
got to hold the parent.
So they can go motherfucking twerk some motherfucking
I got
way,
a
or
boy
go
and a
get high.
girl, and
Shit
I don't
fucking
leave
crazy.
them with just anybody. There is like, on my hand, I know the people I can leave them with, and that's it. It's
You
just,
got to hold these people accountable, period. I done ran down on some of my cousins. Listen, bro, I know what you did. I know the family, I want to talk about it. But if you ever in your mind, think, put your hands on my children, I'm gonna bury you my damn self. And I'm not going to no match. We ain't walking you nowhere. We're gonna walk you to a graveyard. I'm gonna give you a shovel and tell your ass get to digging. And I'm gonna put you in that motherfucker and you gonna lay in there. I'm gonna put the dirt over you. And that's just gonna be it. And it's not because some of these people can get help, but some of these people don't want help. And some of these people just like what they keep on, they like this shit. They're getting away with it. It's like they're getting the thrill out of it. Like, it's certain things I can't even talk about, even with these cities officials. Like, you think this shit, these human trafficking and this kid shit ain't real? As a sitting on the city council board and knowing what some of these individuals got going on and these elites, man, that shit break your heart. And you can't say nothing because you don't know who to tell because you don't know who's involved with this shit.
That's what I'm saying. So if that's happening up there in the high ups, how you think it's happening down here in you know, in their families, individual families, and then they don't give a fuck about their babies. So guess what? They're like, oh, these are free babies out here and shit. That's what, you know, a lot of times,
The best
even when
place
you
they
look,
search is the hood. That's the
even when
best
you
place they ride through it. You think these crackers don't ride through the hood, or these predators don't ride through the poverty environments when they know their parents not involved? Or
what
you
I'm
got these
saying,
little girls running up and down the street. Where your daddy, where your mama at?
what I'm saying though is a learned behavior, and that shit trickle down from the executive branch of fucking government. These motherfuckers is doing it from there, you know, from the birth certificates alone. Like that shit is what I'm saying. A lot of this shit is learned behavior. It's not even in our culture to do this shit.
It's taught. I want to push to the brother Chris, and I'm gonna get to the hands that's raised up. But I want to get to the other questions. Then I want to make time to open the floor up.
So to the question, what should we do with people that's taking the innocence of our kids?
Correct.
I mean, I think it's already understood with divine law that, you know, people like that is a cancer to our society and just need to be cut out like any other cancer would be, because they in the way, you know, because like they say, hurt people, and they going around hurting people. That's creating more cancer cells.
So if they could get help, would you suggest them to get help, or would you just do away with them, period?
Well, I mean, I think it depends. You gotta look at the details of the case and everything individually specific.
Every
No,
case
but
is differently.
you know what I mean? But certain situations, you change somebody's life forever. Like,
Yeah,
so it's like as long as you exist, then that individual can no longer live with ease. You know what I'm saying? An innocent person do not deserve that. So that person still existing in their presence is not justice.
Yo, because I'm a victim as well, and I will always remember that interaction for the rest of my life. So when I engage with a woman in a certain thing, then I'm a motherfucking, it start coming back.
I mean, that's another thing.
It.
Is a double standard. I mean, not a double standard, but you know, men or boys don't seem to get the same support that a girl or a woman would. You know, so but we need to
supposed to suck it up. You okay?
Either. And but another thing is actually separating from a demonic culture and actually coming away from this type of culture and coming into a righteous culture, which will help eliminate that type of mindset from the get-go. You know what I mean? But other than that, you know what I mean? Just, you know,
I want to
weigh it out, each
respond
one.
to what you just said, but I'm gonna save that for another session. Because what you just said is like the key word you said, demonic culture. A lot of these cultures that we think that is righteous is really demonic, and the ones that you don't think that you think is demonic is really not demonic. It's something they use on the mind. It's called reverse psychology. So what we think is right, we doing right inside these different religious charters, we're actually doing it wrong. Because even in the Roman Catholic Church, them priests and bishops been raping them boys. Even the thing with the Boy Scout that's all over if your kid has been touched and you can
How
be
about-
compensated for it. You been doing this.
How about the motherfucking Olympics?
You been doing this. This ain't nothing new. Now you want to compensate us because now it's starting to come out the closet. You've been putting your hands and touching us. This ain't nothing new.
Eating us. Then the fucking colors mover just tell you the bitch has been eating our ass.
You gotta
Blood of
understand,
my blood, flesh of
colonizer
my fucking
has,
flesh.
he buck breaks the man, takes his manhood from him, and then kill him.
And
Now
eat
that
them.
he feel like he dominates you completely.
And eat them. Put that part in it. Literally. Ain't
But
nothing
I'm-
colloquial about that shit.
But I'm gonna get a floor to Boney, then Ra. Then I want the brother Barnes to elaborate a little bit. Cause I told him I open the floor to him. Then we're gonna get back to the last question. And then we're gonna open this floor so we can dialogue a little bit with everybody that's here. Got the floor, brother.
Appreciate that. As far as that question you was asking, you know what I'm saying? I feel exactly the same way everybody feel on pertaining to pedophilia. But just to let everybody know, I've been a part of that. At a very young age, my father, you know, left me alone. You know, my mother left me alone, where me and my brothers got molested at 9 years old by the babysitter. And then you grow up, you not knowing, you just living. And you growing up and you seeing how your family moving, you know, and what I mean family is the elders in the family with the perverted ways. So you see as the youth, they copying and seeing what the elders is doing. And then they take on them same ways. And then the parents get involved and see what's going on. You did this, who did what, da-da-da-da. They spazzing out. They don't know what to do, what they gonna do. Call the police, next thing you know, children and your own children is now part of the government with these titles, pedophilia, murderers, whatever the title may be. Wrong is wrong. But regardless of the charge, anybody can feel how they want to feel on that individual, but we will never know who the individual truly is. We just going off the title. Just like he said, you got to open the details to really go into depth to see what really went on. It's destruction in the families, period. It's no structure. It's no care anymore. It's a liability to everything to happen around you. That's why we so tight with the ones we got now. And you know, that me speaking on the situation is already sensitive because I live with the title. I live with that title that y'all talking about. A pedophile, a sex offender. I live with that title. I got kids now. I've had women I've dealt with before. I have a girl now. Do that define me? No. I had to live through that shit every day. I could go certain places and people find out who he is and know his name and go look up certain things just to deteriorate his image. And people used it against me because they had nothing really on me. They used that against me, that title. I never did anything illegal in my life. I stand on the principles and morals, but I live under the false identity. And now look at the people that's not sitting in a position or never even dealt with the situation feels about it. I could have been a lost soul to suicide and killed myself a long time ago. Because I understand how serious it is when you have children around individuals who you don't know isn't that carries that type of mentality. So you got innocent ones mixed in a bunch with the ones who actually is on that, repeat offenders.
A lot of ones that got the title, a lot of people that do it don't have the title.
That's what I'm saying. But this is the thing. The thing that kept me still alive, the shit that still kept me pure to the people who actually knew me, was standing on my principles and morals.
Love.
So when anybody brought that title up, like, oh, look at this dude, he's this and this. Other people is like, yo, what you mean? I know that brother, he's this and that. Nah, he been around my family. Nah, I got the streets. Because I had to beat the title. Because at the same time, the title could have been me. I could have been a repeat offender and be in and out of them walls. But see, that's the shit that this government continues to throw on us. Titles to make us feel certain ways about me. I don't care about it. The pedophilia needs to get killed. The murderers need to get killed because the murderers is still killing us anyway. You go outside every day, you worrying about your own. That's our biggest threat, ourselves. Because the moment somebody do something wrong, we instantly ready to throw them in the trash. You got to really know somebody.
You have to operate as detectives.
That's why the prophets say love, love your neighbor as yourself, right? And then you say God is love. So, love conquers all.
You have to
That shit get real,
pay
bro.
attention to your enemy and see how your enemy function. I tell y'all this all the time. Study the government. See how the government moves. Pay attention how they move. Because if you never pay attention, you will never know when your enemy's moving upon you. Even with the brother, like him being labeled that, I know for a fact that that's not his label. I know his little brothers. I went back, I did my own investigation. Know what I mean? And a lot of times, even to these days, these young girls are fucking grown men. And then when these grown men don't want to fuck them no more, then they say, I'm going to tell my mama you raped me. Well, what the hell was you doing out with a grown man? Why your mama letting you function with a grown man? And the question to him, what the fuck you doing with this young girl? And you have some girls that bake their age and do this and do that. These are the things that have to be brought to the table as well. What's going on in the home? Why is she out here with booty shorts on? You go to the hood, you will see so many girls that's underage that look like grown women that got on whorish clothes, looking like prostitute.
My father.
But then go look at their mama. Go look at their mama. Their mama ain't got on nothing.
Look, I'm gonna tell you, last year, my father, not last year, a couple years ago, my father would holler at my own girls. You see what I'm saying? The girls that I've dated, they've told me he tried to holler at them, or he wanted them in some form of way, or let him be they sugar daddy or whatever. But that shit starts from up here, from the root.
But that's a form.
It start, you know what I'm saying? That shit goes down the line. If you can't really spot that shit when it come, how you really gonna fix it?
You gotta identify. My sister is 3 years older than me, and her husband is 50 years old.
Do the same shit.
I always look at him as a pedophile.
You could continue the same shit, but you gotta. That's what I've done. I realized what the problem and the issues is, and became a victim of that. You see what I'm saying? But that didn't determine who I was, because I already knew who I was even in the situation. The shit is a lack of structure.
And they give you an attorney, then he'll walk you through all these process and make you plead out to this, and it's gonna be okay, and not knowing that you about to be labeled as this.
Hey, I live with the title, bro. It's what it come with. Do or die. You know what I'm saying? But I know
Same
I
thing
already,
as a
but
felon.
you know what I'm saying?
It's the
that.
same thing when you took a plea as a felon. You don't know that they were about to label you a felon. You
Mhm.
let this cracker walk you right in this courtroom and he tell you all this stupid shit and this Swedish talking. You're gonna go home. You might not go home today, but just know you're going home. And our youth that have not been educated on law don't know they just signed a damn life over and don't even know what comes with the rules and regulations. You have to understand that I was a victim of that as well, being charged with 16 crimes. This judge telling me I ain't never going home, and he want me to take a plea. You didn't charge me with so many crimes, you might well send me to hell. I might well take this to trial. The time you didn't put on the table, that's what I told him. You gonna give me 65 years, my first plea offer? I ain't even lived 65 years. And half the shit you put out here, I ain't had nothing to do with. I wasn't even there. These are called stacked charges. But if I was a fool, I would have signed that plea from 15 to 18 years. I took their ass straight to trial and majority of them got knocked off the map. I walked out with one. But it all has to do with education. I won't want to see the daylight if I was listening to this cracker. He was going to sell me over. Go ahead, sister. Then I want to get at the brother Barnes. Sister Rob.
Hey, much respect, much respect. I just want to say, everybody is correct on their thoughts on, you're welcome, their thoughts on what we should do to someone who molested a child. I mean, I came in late on the conversation, so I don't know if you guys touched on the subject that I'm about to touch on, but I want to also agree, before I say what I want to say, I want to agree with the brother that came before me with the white shirt. Bounty, Brother Bounty.
Ronnie.
Bounty, okay. He is 100% correct on what he's saying. I mean, I don't know the brother, but I know the situation. I don't know his situation, but I do know brothers that have been in that situation where they have that jacket and they don't apply to that jacket because of the type of person that they are. And then added with people that know them personally. But what we do as people is we say all day that, you know, we don't believe the government. We don't believe what, you know, the law say it or the white man say or whatever the case may be. But yet and still, when it comes down to our brothers on, you know, that have that jacket, that don't even deserve that jacket, they was just put in that position and maybe given a plea or whatever the case may be. Now they have that jacket. Our people are the first one to say, well, he has that jacket. So yeah, that must be true. Not even thinking that this is what the white man do. They put jackets on our brothers and sisters. So that way we can look at our people a certain way and, you know, cast them out or whatever, not even really investigating on who that brother is and if the white man is right or wrong. That's the first thing I want to say about that. I just think that needs to be looked at as an individual person. You need to know who that person is before you think about even trying to agree with that jacket. It's more I can say on that part, but I'm gonna leave it at that. The second thing I want to say is we can talk about the predator all day. We can talk about the person that have done this for generations in our families and boyfriends that don't deserve to be watching, you know, the women's kids. We can talk about them all day. But I think where it starts at is at home. I think that we should teach our children from the time that they start walking that this is your happy lady. This is your happy man. No one touches this area but mommy. We need to talk to our kids and teach our kids what their private parts are. So that way they know what their private parts are. And if they're being touched in that way, they would know that they're being violated. So to me, That's first and foremost when it comes down to the parents. The second part I think that the parent is responsible for is teaching their children self-defense. First how to identify it, then teach them how to guard themselves if they're in that situation. If the uncle or whoever got them in the room by themselves, we need to teach our children, you do not go into a room, an empty room with a man. I don't care if it's your uncle. I don't care if it's, you know, your nephew or when he's older or whoever it is. If it's another man and it's not your dad, we need to teach our children to identify that fact that they are in a room with someone, with a man by themselves. So something can happen. So get out of that room. And if it was to come to a point where the person is violating them as far as actually touching them, that's where the self-defense comes in at. I mean, a little child is not going to know how to disarm or beat up a man like that, or a grown ass person, of course. But if we teach that child how to bite, how to scratch, things like that, then that child will always have the DNA. Well, not always, but the child will have the DNA under their fingernails, their bite marks on their arm to prove that this man did this or was trying to ... Teach your children just basically how to defend themselves and how to get away, how to use certain weapons that's around the house, a shoe, things like that to get away. I think like I said, I came in on a conversation late, so I don't know if we touched on this subject before we got on to focusing on the predator, but that's just my thought. Again, I'm just gonna say that I think we should definitely teach our children how to identify certain things, how to identify their body parts, how to protect their body parts, let them know that they're smart, let them know that they're wonderful, and that they deserve to be protected, and that they need to protect themselves first before they even get to a point where, mommy, this person did this to me and I can prove it because I bit his arm. You see what I'm saying? Things like that. We need to teach our children certain things to protect themselves. So we can talk about beating the predator up all day. We can talk about killing them all day. That's fine. But the pain is going to last in our children. And if we don't teach our children, then of course that child is going to grow up.
Yeah, because the child will always respect you when you come save them. Damn, my daddy saved me. Damn, my mama saved me.
Right.
And you know what really hurts the child? When their parents tell you to deal with it. Right. I know a sister now, we had differences or whatever, and she was raped by her mother's husband. She told her mama told her to shut the fuck up and deal with it. Know what I mean? Deal with it. Know what I mean? You gotta deal with it as is. So when you don't have that support system, it's like, damn, if I can't tell my parents this is what you doing to me, I know as a child, you like, I can't tell the police because if my mama don't believe me, they probably ain't gonna believe me either. So the child accepts the abuse. Now they think it's normal.
And that's why I said it's important to talk to your child and to talk to your children, build that rapport with your child. There's more people, more parents, more melanated parents out there that's actually teaching their kids and that actually care about their kids than there is parents that don't. We're focusing on the parents that don't, which is very important. But I also think that it boils down to teaching and talking to our children. We got that for you. Okay, thank you.
Yep, it's a form of education. Like my daughter know not to be in no room with no grown man. She's not gonna be around you anyway. If her daddy ain't around, she don't even like going with other little boys. If her daddy not around, she not going for that, period. Like that's just what it is. I mean, even with my private school that I already got set up, me and my empress would be implementing sex ed. And I know they're young at that age, but it was suggested. I think you should just go ahead and implement it and break it down to them in more depths. But I do want to give the brother Barnes the floor because he's been waiting for a minute. I'm gonna give him the floor now.
It's long gratitude. It was this measure touched me. And honest to the Moors, honest to the Prophet, honest to all the brothers here uniting under unity. We got a covenant with our brothers. and bonds of affection. So leading with love is very important. So dealing with this demonic culture, right? Because the brother had alluded to it. See, I had already made thought, and the brother alluded to this demonic culture. And it's very important to understand the amount of sex in murder that is used to program our youth.
Mm.
I'm a victim of that. It's simply in the TVs. People from a lot of walks of life talk about witchcraft. Well, it's literally broadcasting. And whenever they're exposing our youth to such behaviors, and we're allowing it in the households, it's because we don't know what our kids could potentially be doing if there's a TV 24/7.
Mm. Gadgets, cell phones, iPads.
And if you're not on top of their friends,
Little boy teaching them some crazy shit.
and then some shorties think that they get told by their uncle that this is what they supposed to be doing at the age of 13. This is what some shorties get told that by their uncle. So the amount of sex that is being just absorbed by our youth, and this is just me. I know for a fact other people got it. I don't even know, because my OG called herself standing on the internet. She called herself standing on TV, rated R movies. So if I still was exposed, I can only imagine the people, the brothers and sisters who didn't have that type of attempted structure.
They don't care at this point. In our time, remember when it was a sex scene, it was blurred out. In this time, it ain't blurred out no more. It's like bang, bang, it's right there. But my daughter knows enough. If we watching a movie and this scene slide in, the first thing she say, see no evil. I only gotta tell her, I look at her, don't, well, you might as well make an exit out the room.
I think it's even worse now.
The highest selling thing in the world is sex. Sex is the #1 seller in the entire world. Sex is consistent of everything. When you do business, it's a beautiful woman and it's a rich man. Eventually, he gonna wanna what? He gonna wanna fuck her. He gonna wanna spend extra money. He's gonna wanna do. She's not looked at as a woman. She's looked at as a sex symbol.
How about say that? What's the oldest occupation?
Even the highest ritual in the world is sex. That's the highest ritual. Under the Egyptian death chamber, it tells you the highest ritual.
But that's healing too, though, ain't it?
Huh?
It's healing too.
It depends, but you know, you must be mature when you practice certain rituals. These little girls not mature. She ain't even reached puberty yet. Her body might be blued up from the hormones of the food that she's eating. She eating chicken. They got hormones that's making her ass fat, making her titties grow bigger, but she's still a child. My daughter's 6, and a lot of people think she's 8 or 9 due to her height. Your daughter might be short. My daughter's look like a 9-year-old. But at the end of the day, her mentality is still immature. And that's how they looking at our children. Your daughter might be 13 years old, but she bigger than a 21-year-old.
Hold up, I got imagine add to that. Now the same with the men, right? These women look at the brothers. The youngin might got a little hair on his face, right? Because I'm just saying, you know, is
the boys
shit,
are
like you
beginning to
said.
like it, and the little girls are beginning to like it. Because when I was first raped by my babysitter, and she used to force me to eat her vagina, after that, I was told, you a man now. That's what my uncle told me. You a man now. You done got you a piece of snatch, boy. How I'm a man when this lady's pushing my head down to a private part I can't breathe, and this shit stink. Fuck you talking about? I'm a man now. A man has free will. I ain't have no free will to do this. She waited till my mother went to work. Now every time she come over, I gotta worry about eating some what? A piece of pie that I don't want. And I know if I tell my mama, she gonna go to jail for life. Cause my mama was built like that. She was a BD back in the day. So as soon as I tell my mama what's going on, she gonna smoke you. So it's like, do I tell my mama and then she go to jail and I ain't got no mama? Or do I just shut the fuck up and deal with it? Now I'm
most
put
of
in a
us.
critical situation.
So what most of us do, man?
We don't say nothing. We just, like my uncle said, you became a man now. Pull your pants up. You done got you some snatch, boy. Well, I wonder if this the same way you got snatched too. It ain't like it was another girl my age and I took her virginity or she took mine. You talking about a grown ass woman. And a colonizer at that.
You had some old dog.
Hey, bro.
So that's why I really don't like white women at
I
all.
know that's
I look at them as cats. So not racist, but nah, never, ever. I love my beautiful black brown sisters.
Islamism.
So you gotta understand that we gotta take our children away from these televisions. That's what's being produced. You get on Instagram right now. It's not enough consciousness. I can go to my Instagram right now. I guarantee it's gonna be some ass and titties that pop up down the timeline.
Fact.
Why? Because this is what they want to go on your screen. You don't control what pops up on your timeline. It's an algorithm. They get to produce what comes on your timeline. Soon as you get to talking that positive, uplifting, get this nigga the fuck up out of here. Put that post in the back file cabinet. Oh yeah, that ass and tit. Put this in the front. They need to see this. We need to make them get addicted to what's going across this screen. It's like crack cocaine. You become addicted. But what the children come addicted to? The same drug. Cocaine got the same, what is it? The same chemicals that sugar got in it. It's still addictive. It's still used as an opiate. You tell a kid, I got some candy, he come what? Where the candy at? You tell a crackhead, I got some crack, where he come? Where the crack at? Where's it at? I'm looking for it. You got it for me? Oh, that for me. They get to jumping and dancing. What you need me to do?
Sex the same way. That girl get on that line and tell you, look, what Drake say? Bling, bling. What's
I
the name?
tell you to come drop a bag so we can invest into this business. You take your motherfucking time. She tell you she got some pussy waiting on you at the crib. You done got there 30 minutes early.
Cash
She
out.
ain't ready for you yet. You can run and get something that you're going to lose money in, but the stuff you're going to make money in, you're going to be late. That's your problem. Go ahead, brother Chris.
Yeah, well, you kind of tapped into something, social media aspect of that portion. And I just wanted to bring bear a solution in that round. And rather than, and that's another thing, man, like wherever we find ourselves on social media, whoever the owner of that platform is, we empower. So we should be strategic about who we decide, who we want to empower, So like Mark Zucker, or I like to call him Mark as F boy. But he owns what? Facebook, Instagram, Metaverse. And the more we in these spaces, the more we in these spaces, is the bigger he get. So these type of individuals, because if y'all look at, sometimes when we say something positively pro-Black, it goes against the community standards. But when you see the type of behavior that's degrading, I know I said that word wrong. You know what I'm trying to say? Help me out. Degrading to our mindset and to our social fabric. You know, that stuff don't go against the community standard. That flies all day. But some better options. I don't know if y'all ever heard of Soul Journey of Life. I don't know if y'all ever heard of Melanated People. I don't know if y'all ever heard of 60.net. But these are all other options. There you go. And maybe we could create a list where we could start building our own platforms and start to, because they're like a drug, you know what I mean?
That's what Clubhouse is for, though.
So
I
we
try
can
to get our
start.
people to go to that way, Clubhouse, to get about
I
this
don't know
Facebook.
who owns Clubhouse, you know.
You just control Clubhouse. You can't make posters. Ain't no ass, titties, none of that. You just can't do it. I haven't seen it be done yet. It's just the retardation that goes on in the conversations.
Yeah,
So no pictures, only text, no pictures at all on Clubhouse.
I think it's just audio.
Audio.
Yeah, because we got to get back to nature.
I mean,
eventually we're gonna have to meet in person. This virtual reality shit just ain't gonna get it. They're taking away our rights to meet in a physical. So eventually we would never meet in a physical because we ain't gonna have to, because we got this right here. In my 4 years of activist work, have never been on a screen like this for all of my buildings. The brother El Maker will tell you, every meeting we have to be there physically. We get to see your expression. We get to really see how you feel, the way you build back and forth. This is something that we can look you in your eyes and see if you standing on that. But now we got this virtual reality. We don't know who is who. I can be whoever I want to be on this screen. I can be Superman. So we got to get back to our traditions and our culture. We're losing our mind at this point. We're losing our rights. We're losing our privacy. Everything you're doing, you're being watched. You have to go back and look at the way they set up. First, they put us in slavery and beat the shit out of us physically. That made us submissive and had us in fear. 1865, Abraham transferred you over. Basically, it's transferring the property to mental property. So what they do, they gave you labels, titles, and they signed you over to the estates. Now they control your mental. Now, the virtual reality, this is going into the subconscious. Now you don't even deal with the physical. We controlling your mind at this point. See my background, I'm in the world and you can't touch me. You can see me, hello, but you can't touch me. I can't touch you. I don't even know if you real or not. This could be a hologram.
Look at Nick Cannon, wilding out.
That's just where it's at with this point. I think the sister got her hand up.
Deja.
Hi,
Greetings.
nice to meet you. I was invited here from the Clean Money Band.
Oh, peace of love. That's my great brother El Maker. He's here.
Yes, indeed. Nice to meet you.
Peace, Empress. So I want to open the floor to people that got questions. They can ask questions as far as the panel or, whatever you got on your mind. The floor is open. So please raise your hand so we can get the people in order. So I just want to open the floor. What's your mind? What's your thoughts? What you got to say?
I want to shout out to anybody on the line that I invited. If they could, please unmute your mic or Show yourself, speak up. Just speak to the people. I see my brother Nasir on the line. Hope my consul hopped on. Islam.
Y'all quiet now.
Quiet.
I know we did talked on some touchy topics and they hit. I think all of us have been affected. So since we ain't have no replies, we'll go ahead and ask the panel one more question so we can build on that. And we'll go get ready for transitioning off this class. The question is, how was you affected by these systems that was created for us to fail?
Gracious.
Oh yeah, I've been holding that in the cut. I ain't gonna lie to you. Been holding that one right there in the cut. How was you affected by these systems that wanted us to fail? And if you can, name these systems that you was affected by.
Miseducation would probably be
Public school.
Public school, yes, one. And formally in home by my father being a Freemason. Two, financially, my father, by my grandfather being a veteran, Army veteran, and not being able to receive a World War I veteran and not being able to receive benefits that other veterans received. One.
That right now.
Because he was black, huh?
Correct. Two, my father being a Vietnam War veteran and being exposed to Agent Orange. And my siblings being sick, coming up with now sicknesses that could possibly be connected to it. Like,
did you hear what you just said though? I just got to pause you real quick. What agent you said that was?
Agent Orange.
So you do know this is something that was created by them, right? This ain't just come out of nowhere.
They dropped it on them.
Yeah.
Was it the Hiroshima one, or like Hiroshima or something? They dropped, that was a bomb they dropped on it.
The atomic bomb.
I believe they dropped
it
it on them in Vietnam, and they also delivered it to them in
Oh man, y'all screen froze. Really? 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 This not just me, right? Y'all seen this?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Whoa, like they just took me all the way out the zone. Like, really? They say y'all doing too much. I talk about, oh man, that's crazy. I'm like, not again. Did they just do this again? That's crazy.
Gotta understand, man, that spirit is messing up the lines too.
My favorite motto is you can't kill God. You can't kill the Most High's children. I don't care what shape or form you come in.
What's the word say?
Step in.
You say, I have 1,000 to my left and 10,000 to my right.
Once you tap into your higher self, there's no turning around. You only convict yourself.
Much.
Go ahead and continue, sister. I just say be lightly because you know they here now. Hello.
Oh, I don't care. Hi,
Hello.
everybody. They already know what they did.
They
So
ask his
anyway.
mom once they get on that soul plane. You don't get to control the soul plane. I get to drive the
But
soul plane.
you know what I'm saying? And you know what I'm saying? And the miseducation also has led to like the division within my family. Because like, you know what I'm saying? There's like I've had to suffer racism from even my own grandmother from my mother's side.
Favoritism.
Know how that is. Look how dark I am.
Education is one. Our children most definitely have been miseducated. That's law. We keep thinking George Washington is the first president of the United States, which there was a Moore that was the first president of the Continental that looked like us. You can call him black, you can call him African American, whatever. He still was a melanated brother. We own banks and everything. We own national banks. These things are not talked about in our school. Like Washington had one of the national banks. They call it Ochwata. Go look it up. My ancestors, your ancestors, our empress, peace and blessings be upon her that transitioned to the next realm. She went back and showed it. Period. The land grants, land patents. See, you think there's one nation in this continent. And the thing that you think that is the nation is not even the nation, it's just a federal corporation. Because there's actually 36 nations in America that you don't even know about. 36. You probably can name the Cherokee Nation, the Chawata, the Senegals, etc. That's it. But understand that there's 36. That means our children has been improperly taught. The prison, the school pipeline do exist, and it still exists. And it's made to exist to send your children from the classroom to a jail cell. That's law. That's the way they set it up. You still elaborating, sister?
No, that's pretty much how I've been affected as of yet.
Amir, how was you affected by these systems that was created for us to fail? Can you name them?
Man, I'm gonna tell you the one that got me on my mission to save the world, like Pink in the Brain. Child support. We call them Title 4D courts. They violating four of your amendments: 1st, 9th, 5th, and the 11th. Just the court system alone. It's just businesses. They doing business on our land. They're not even supposed to be here. These charters and these fake ass police, law enforcement, the law enforcement officers. And then the banking system, banking, this bullshit. A lot of this shit is just
extorted.
Yeah, like even I'm into the birth certificates. Everybody know me, I'm into these birth certificates and these Social Security cards and power of attorneys and just all this stuff they got us going on. Is they over here doing business and we don't even know what's going on. We just green, man. And then like you say, when somebody like us come, even the sisters just put welfare, like even they tell you in the Constitution, about the welfare. You know what I'm saying? What is it? What's the line in the Constitution about the welfare? But even these things, the way they're speaking or talking, and that go back, like I said before, from the beginning. If you can't read, if you can't write, shit, if you can't do penmanship, shit, your ass goddamn out back. How the hell you can't write a check? You can't write a letter.
Writing checks don't even exist no more. Ain't nobody writing no checks. Who writing checks? That shit getting deposit. I go cash my check. Boy, who you work for? They ain't got a deposit system yet.
I'm just what I'm saying. Some of us still don't, man. You'll be surprised. A lot of people don't like those systems, so a lot of us don't buy into this
But you-
virtual system or these different systems. A lot of our older people don't.
You would
They
have
don't
to
even
be
wanna-
able to elevate and
That-
adapt to them because they're gonna force your hand.
That's not true. Just like right now, how you
If they
telling us?
stop using checks, how else you gonna get paid?
Well, listen, I don't use no check now. I go make my own money. I just did a bathroom. I
That's
just
cool,
detailed
Danny,
2 cars.
until they
Like,
start running down.
run down on what? I ain't getting shit over here if I don't want to give it to them.
These people are cracking down so
Man,
bad,
fuck
even
them
with this, and Q be my witness, even with these digital assets, bro. Now they want to put all these new protocols, right? Oh, you need to show where you got the taxes, the assets, how you making this much money. Even on Cash App right now, they about to run it through the IRS. How much money you get through your Cash App? Oh, you got to report that. Ain't no side hustling here.
Well, once again, they go back to your education. If you're not educated, right? We know ain't no such thing as a fucking IRS. It's the Internal Revenue Service. IRS can be
Everybody doesn't know
irresponsible,
that.
weird shit. God damn it, we don't know what the fuck those acronyms and those letters stand for. So if that shit ain't spelt out, that shit some bullshit. So
That's only a definition for the Moors. And half the Moors don't even know that shit. You talking to people that can't even comprehend this information. These people can't even comprehend the preacher line to you. So I damn sure know that these people can't comprehend S forms 181 or, dealing with IRS and how this entity ain't even supposed to be doing the shit they doing. So we got to get the people on a steady page first, because a lot of this shit gonna go over their head. Even with these Moors with Noble Drew Ali, 90% of them don't know what he said. I promise you, they don't know what he said. They don't know what he told you to do. They don't know how he set up. But they run around here with feds and claiming they're nationals, but they can't live to the national standards. You
Well,
a
some of
national,
people can't spell national, Mo.
and that's the problem. You need that fed spit around a couple of times. Spin that feds around a little bit, brother, because you just ain't got it. You say you're national, you don't sit among these governments. You don't sit among these legislation, House representatives. You can say they're not the government, but right now they operate as the government and they have full control. And one thing Roy Cooper told me, he said, if we was to get the land back to the Moors and let you operate the government, do you have enough people to sit in these seats? And I told him no. Why? Because my people's not educated enough to even sit in these seats. So we still got to operate the way you want to operate it till these people want to take the position to operate in these seats.
And I think a lot of times too, man, it's these men that's trying to lead some shit, and the woman, they, like they the nurturers. I mean, I think it's both hand in hand. Like I said, a captain can't do shit without a ship, and a mother can't do nothing without a captain. Like so.
But the woman got to play her position and not override. See, women become very conscious, then they become Erykah Badu. Don't nobody want to fuck with her Erykah Badu like that, because now she thinks she can play with you like you a boy. I'm still a man. Respect me as the provider and the protector. I respect you as the womb. I came from you. But once you belittle me, now I'm ready to knock you off your throne. Now you inflicting serious injury on yourself.
But at the same time, somebody got to humble themselves or bow out, like to a degree. Not saying bow out.
It's called balance. If there's no balance, there's no law, there's no order.
Well, for one, we're not playing on level playing fields, for one. So one that's educated, right? So the teacher become a student or the student become a teacher. You have to kind of know your role right? And where you come in, like when you come into contact with these different people. For instance, like when I go out here in these streets and I do propagate to the people, I speak to certain people. As soon as they open up their mouth, I kind of know where they at. So I have to be a good student of listening, so I can kind of know where to meet them at.
Like the sister said, we can't be followers, we must be students. And to be a student means you become a teacher. I have an elder that is a woman, which is Sugarfoot. And like I said before, she had never talked to me like I'm belittled. You come from my womb and She always uplift me. What you doing, Prince? Keep doing what you doing. I support you. And I love my Empress because she does that. And I have a man elder as well. And he's very aggressive with me. You need to do this. I told you stop moving it this way, etc. So he shows me how to conduct business. She showed me that she could support me in nursery and continue to help me grow. So now I have a balance. It's like mama and father. They have to play their part, because if they don't, then the child is not going to reap the benefits of getting the information from knowledge and wisdom to complete understanding.
So we lack in polarity, basically. Like your two teachers, male and female, gave you that balance. So what's happening in our households, right? The balance is off. If you take the man out, shit, hell, then they come and take the woman out.
Well, a lot of the men that been removed from the cipher won't even men from the good go, because they still was taught improper. So now we have to not focus on the past. We have to correct the future so we don't run into the same error. Because a lot of men that was removed from the house, all them men weren't proper. Some of them was beating the shit out of our mama. Some of them was doing shit they weren't supposed to do. My mama was getting her ass whooped. There wasn't nothing I could do about it. I wasn't a man yet. Even if I put up a fight, I still was getting knocked the fuck out.
Well, let me elaborate on that then, because, I had a grandfather who passed. He was like almost 90 years old. So, I know y'all hear me talk about him a lot. He would tell me certain things. A lot of times we were beat like that because we didn't want to get killed. You got to understand the different eras of time that we come up in. Like, so a lot of those behaviors, it's kind of like, they'll say, do as I say, but not as I do, and a lot of times you'll tell you, like even now, sometimes I would, you tell your child to do certain things, but then you'll turn around and you're doing it yourself. So you're sending these mixed signals to your babies and yourself, because you got mixed signals, so I'm saying, so that's why I say that even now, all we can really do is focus on the young and the yet born, the ones that's coming out, and focus on ourselves right now. Those that want to do better for themselves, right? Those that's finding themselves, those that's doing that shadow work, right? And now, as we, the ones that's here, as we come together and we may have babies, or, like you say, once we get the land and we move out to the land and we have a certain structure that we have to, a strict regimen that we stick to, even like you said with the poly versus the mono, a lot of the stuff that we just been taught, man, it's not even nothing to do with our culture, nothing to do with us. That's why, we have our own government. We have our own set of bylaws and a constitution. Same way with each state. Each state got their own different way they go. But overall, there's one constitution for it all. So, it just depends on, what you want to do and how you want to do it. A lot of us just comply and just lay down, like we've been beat into submission, so it's hard to kind of break that trauma sometime, so it's like kind of like a give and take situation. We have to really be the ones of this generation to stand for something so we don't continue to fall for anything. Like we said, we talked about a lot of topics tonight, so these topics now, we got to find a solution, and we got to find it within our tribe right now and implement it and be the leaders. That's all we can really do. Outside of that, you know, like the sister said, we can't really worry about the past and what's happened. We can only worry about now and our future. Yeah, the past kind of trickled up to now, but you know, for the most part, you know, we can't worry about the pedophiles that's out there. We got to make sure the ones that we have now don't go through that pedophile bullshit, you know. So ones that's not educated, we got to make sure they do get educated. Those that don't have, you know, we got to make sure they do have. So if one got it, then you know we just have to really do. We can't do what some of our ancestors have been doing, but some of what our ancestors have been doing, we have to hold true to those things, right? You know, and
I
just
still
really
want to get
push.
Tom on the floor for that question though.
Okay, Islam.
I don't want to cut you off, but I still
No,
want to
brother.
make sure we make our rounds.
Islam.
The great brother L Maker, need me to rephrase the question?
Please do.
How was you affected by these systems that was created to make us fail? And if you can you name them?
Yeah. Like one of the brothers mentioned, the court system.
Court system.
Yeah, the judicial system, the financial system, the educational system, the political system, all of them. But for the most part, it's really been a very impactful to me, because it seems like it's like I mentioned before. Okay, yeah, I started out as a child, still, you know, not being taught the proper way, and no matter what, wherever I get this information from, it's still like it's just leading me to just information, and I'm still by myself, which is one of the biggest things that I find wrong with this whole thing, is that it seems like everybody in the world has somebody, but me, as what I would call the black man, it seemed like I really don't have nobody. Like my father, as much as I feel like I'm able to communicate well and talk to him and say, hey, you know, it's been a trick on us. We could bring our monies together. We could bring our thoughts together, our ideas. He had ideas and dreams. He's not dead. But when he talked to me, he talked to as though he's dead. You know, I had this dream. I could have did this. You know, I'm like, I'm your son. I'm a go-getter. I'll help you. Let's do it. Let's still do it. You wanted to own a mobile barbershop? I just went to school for cosmetology. Let's work. No, go on and do it. Go on and do it. It's your thing now. It's your thing. Dad, I need you. I need somebody, bro. You're right here. You're alive. We're talking. Come on, let's connect. Let's go ahead and connect. We're almost there. You see purpose. You happy. Yeah, I'm proud of you, boy. Just go on and do it. Yeah, I'm old now, you know. I'm thinking, Dad, bro, you still work for corporate America. You still don't have what you need. You're still a black man, pretty much by yourself as well. So you're my father, and I can't communicate. And I feel like, okay, come on, is there something wrong with me? I know I'm able to say, listen, you taught me all of the correct English. I know how to pontificate. Why come you can't hear me? We need to work together. You got grandchildren. I got nieces and nephews. I haven't had children of my own yet. Then I got brothers and sisters. We're not putting our monies together. We need to. My sister, she's in real estate. She's smart. Come on, take your real estate, add it with my music. I add, you know, my business with yours. You know, my brother, he do landscaping. Come on, brother, let's work together. And even you brothers and sisters that's on this call, I believe that we really, really got to figure, I know what it is. All of us know what it is. We all have the answers, bro. Like, it's so crazy that we all freaking have the answers, but I'm standing here, can't put none of this together. I really cannot. I can't, bro, this don't make sense to me that we have all of the answers, and I'm gonna get off of this call and still feel like the answers were right there in front of me. Yet
I'm about to do something right now as you're talking.
So I think that one of the biggest problems is feeling disconnected in a world where I still willing to give my everything to this world, especially my people. I love all of my people, like my mother's father, all of them. And even you guys that's on this call, I want to know who you are. I want to help. I don't know the possibilities of what none of us could do. And that's the beauty about it all. And if we ever came together like what the world talk about, man, I don't even know what that would look like, but I would be very excited about that. And, you know, as far as my contribution is to just be everything that I could be, sing to the heart, write the music to the heart, play the guitar, contribute anything that I can, business skills. I think we got to work together. I think we got to create a round robin where we put thousands of dollars in each one of the, what we call these ourselves the leader. I think we need to circulate some thousands of dollars and let some of our visions come alive. Because if we really do got the answers, like I really feel like all of us do have many answers for the world, we sitting right in front of what we need, and all we have to do is create a financial system. And that's what the Willie Lynch model talked about. The one thing that you could do to keep the Black man down forever is to take his economy. And that is where we could really freely take our ideas and man, I got ideas, bro. Like you just said it, Pharaoh, but come on, why are we sitting right here not able to use any of my ideas or any of you guys' ideas? Who are you guys? What is your answers? Let's rock. I'm ready. Like, is it an album that we need to produce? Do we need to raise some money and then like let that money, like I said, round robin every week and then put that 1,000 over here in your hand this week, next week, put that 1,000 back over here in her hand? That's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking like,
We have
shoot.
to make the pyramid
I
without
don't
a
know.
scheme.
Huh?
We have to make the pyramid without the scheme part.
Yeah. And then we need to take all of our networks of people. Say, look at that. All of our people, we got, say, all of us could take everybody in our network and get $10 from them. That'd be almost like a pull of a leg, but it would give us the energy and the surge of saying, okay, get the name, number, and email of those people, hold them accountable. We're going to pull together an event. This event is a
You see
virtual
how
event.
I said that you're the mastermind and you put
Yeah,
the masterpiece together?
easy.
All you
Where we
got to
at?
do is all you got to do is write the blueprint. And you know, only thing our people have to do is execute. That's it. That's why I always been a big supporter of you. Always. And nobody else told you they support you. I do. That's 100%. Because I know once people get behind you, you're gonna start breaking this down. Resources are gonna start kicking in. Things are
Everywhere.
gonna go the way that you see it.
Can we stop?
Because when it
Can we
comes to
stop?
economics, that's something that you mastered.
I
These
just want to say,
systems,
can I
these
can I can I say
business,
one thing?
that's something you mastered. You always used to tell me, brother, you need to put your money here. You need to do this. You need to do that. And as I got older, because you was dealing with me when I was still young and I was conscious, but I was ready to smoke that old man that was right beside me playing games.
It was wild.
Can we
And that's
see
what
some
I
of
was
these
telling.
faces?
That's what I was. Okay, I'm sorry, brother. Go ahead.
I just want to see some of these faces that I don't see. I keep seeing my big old bright smile. I want to see other smile too, man. My bad.
It's been hard for me to smile.
Yeah,
No,
but
it
you
ain't, man.
really,
It
you gotta
is.
understand that you inspire people that inspire people. You have to understand, like I'm a walking vessel of you as well. Cause I learned a lot from you. You really saved a lot of people from getting killed. You really humbled me driving. Even with the old man, we could always go back to that story. Pharaoh, you really gonna do this with your kids in the car? Man, you better put
Yeah,
that gun back under the seat, man.
all of that.
Know what I
And
mean? And the old man fake crazy on me. He pulled the gun on me.
I'm
I just
sitting
gonna
right there in the car.
respond.
I'm sitting in the car. I'm just getting a ride. And so I'm thinking, you know, wow, we almost there, but we still haven't gotten there. And that was then. So these are the different experiences that we've been through. So, but look at where we really are right now. We have all of these beautiful people on the phone. Guys, I want to know who you are. I think that we have a real movement. And if we really, really want to win, we could do it with the group that's on this phone right now. It was like 15
No,
people on here. They say
19.
that you're about 18. I saw it at
It was
17
20.
a
The
couple of
max was
times.
20.
I know that they say that we're 6 people away from everybody we want to meet in the world. 15, 18 people on this call, we could change the whole entire planet. I promise you, it's not even a joke. We can even infiltrate cities and states, break them down, and actually, take responsibility. And then we can actually have people that we know that can handle other people with us. And we already know other people that we can have with us that really you can't even trust them like that, even though that they'll grow into it, like Pharaoh and myself. I used to be real wild too. So I say all that to say, guys, I think that we have a lot of power right here. I want to work. That's why I came to the call. We need to create money that we can circulate around to each other. I think that's our one only answer. We
I
need to
would
create
want
some
to
real money.
tap the brother Q in with you because Q don't know that I be watching him a lot. Now, I mean, I just sit back and observe, but he just don't know that I be observing him. And he's really the future. The brother's the
He look
future.
like it.
When it comes to digital assets, he's the future. He's really breaking this thing down. Like, I told him, shit, I need to sit back and take your class real quick. Hold on. So,
Oh, he the NFT guy.
yeah, he's the NFT guy. He's the
Okay.
he's doing his thing. He got time to sit down and break it down. That's what he's dropping in the chat with these digital assets. And I done sent them the arts I created, whatever, but I sit back and watch the power this brother has. He's young, he's very ambitious. He has something that I know once I link these two in, it's something greater that's going to expand. Because like I said, we're this bicycle. Somebody got to ride a bike. Somebody got to be the handlebars. Somebody has to be the what? The wheels, the training wheels, the little screw, whatever. We all play a position in this. If we want to go somewhere as a people, as a nation, we have to let go of certain topics. Let's not bring religion into this. We only have to bring in nationality right now. Because you can have nationality, but if you still broke, you're still a broke ass nigga. You could be a broke ass Moor, and you could be a broke ass Hebrew. It still doesn't matter. You're broke. The man with the bag is the one that controls what happens, period. And we'll get to all the other stuff that people need to do and update when we get to them levels. You have to meet the people where they're at. We can't see a lot of people run away from the Moors because, oh, hell, here it come with all them damn books. Oh, yep, all these different terms. Nope, I'm going that way. I don't want to hear today. Jefferson L, I'm good. I'm going the other way. Know what I mean? I ain't got time. I know you want to break down all these words today. I'm gone. I used to do that with my elders. Damn, I got to go see Mr. Phil today. Fuck. I'm going to get bypassed it because, he like talking for 2-3 hours. So sometimes we have to slow it down a little bit and meet our people where they at. You know what I mean? Because at one time we was all in a stagnated position. We all became lost. We all still lost to a certain degree in something. You're still lost. You still trying to figure out where you trying to go.
Yeah.
I mean, like I said, I had to take that self-reflection. I'm like, even El Maker, he one of the brothers that walked with me through this legislation, this activist work. I mean, he seen the work I did, hands-on. Shook hands with mayor, chief police, county sheriff, you name it. But I done did all this and I still go back to the mirror like, where am I going? At this point, I need to go back to the scratching board because I done came so far and I still don't know where I'm going. Because it's a system that's constantly against you over and over and over again. They don't want you to win. They want you to tap out. All right, I'm going to tap out. Whatever you want me to do, just drop me a bag and I'm going to do it. You have to understand that I lost money behind not selling out behind my people. I mean, government's ready to pay me on a salary. They're probably can. You just don't understand what type of deals I was given behind the scene. You talking about deals that I could take care of my family and say, fuck all of y'all right now and still be good, probably on vacation right now. But it just wasn't in my heart to sell out. $175,000 salary a year? just to go around North Carolina speaking to people what they want me to say, not what I want to tell you, but what they want me to tell you. And
That's
then
what
people
that's what
turn
they did.
around and don't
That's what they did
understand
in
what
that
you
time.
telling them.
Remember that time? They told him they gonna give him they want to move it. But he used it to get his people and rile his people up.
Yeah, but one thing you gotta understand is we not in Nat Turner time no more. We not in
Shit.
Malcolm X time. We in a whole new era, and the system is different. It's upgraded. Back then, they weren't paying people to turn on their people. They was giving you freedom cards. You go bring me 10 niggas that done ran away, I'm gonna give you your papers, boy. Now they like, I even with these rats and informants, I drop a bag on you. I want you to get these people out here that's doing shit they ain't got no business doing. The same DAs that's giving you 20 and 30 years in prison for cocaine is the same motherfuckers at home with a plate full of powder sniffing their nose. Coming in the courtroom high as fuck. I know. I seen it. I work with these people. I brush shoulders. I eat lunch with these people. I got to really get on the inside and see what's really going on. Attorney come in there half fucked up from last night because he coked up and he don't even remember your name on the case. What's your name? Jeremy. Is Jeremy here? You don't know what Jeremy looked like? You don't know what your client looked like? You so fucking high, you don't know who's on your caseload? Jeremy, are you here, Jeremy? Oh, come here, man. Jeremy said, you don't remember me? I'm on your case. How you represent me? You don't know who I am. Oh, this is about plea deals. This is a give and take. See, we going against the machine. That's what I call it. We're going against the machine. We're going against the machine. And if you don't know how the machine is operating, the machine that operated in the 1920s is a whole upgrade from the machine in 2021. That's why digital assets and this NFT shit, this is serious. If you don't know what's about to happen with this, you're gonna be SOL. You're gonna be shit out of luck. You're gonna be running around looking crazy. Cause that ATM that gives you cash, they got Bitcoin ATMs for that. Ethereum ATMs for that. So eventually, all that shit is gonna be swiped out. It's called new money.
But it go back to the basics though. It go back to the basics, which all of it built off of. All that shit built off of your privacy and your shit not being secure. You being somebody else's fucking property.
Like I said before, and I'm gonna make it clear, and some words can agree with me, and some don't have to agree with me. If you're not a part of a nation or have reclaimed under a nation, you don't have a nationality. And declaring your nationality is not a privilege. It is a right. A church, there is no religion in history on the record that could ever give you a nationality. And what I mean by that, you can go to China and be a Muslim, and you can go to Africa and be a Christian. That does not declare your nationality. And then it would never declare your nationality. Because in religious books, it don't talk about nationality or declaring. It tells you about the different lands they went in and the different people they dealt with, but it still does not specifically tie you to a certain nationality. And people just gotta stop lying and tell the truth. You have to tell the people the truth. Because once you tell the people a truth that was halfway coded, and they find out that you lied to them, they're gonna walk away entirely. and turn her back.
Or come back and get your ass.
You have to understand there's so much that our people have to be educated on that it really don't make no sense. And I really fought a lot of the Moors for that. I don't like Moors at all. I don't. I'm not gonna hold you. I'm a Moor myself. I respect real national Moors. I don't respect this goofy shit these people got going on out here. If you know better, you should do better. And if I know you know better and you're not doing better, guess what? I'd rather go fuck with the brothers that claim to be black, because we gonna get something done. I have walked in these streets and did more activist work with so-called Negroes, colored and black people than I did with anybody that say they deal with national standards. And that's just law. Who we got next?
But the Italians, Greeks, English, Chinese, Japanese, Turks, and Arabians are forced to proclaim their free national name and religion. What makes you think we ain't got to? So that's nationality, like you said. Just knowing who you are. If you don't know who you are, then that's not even back in the day, right? You know, coming up, I would always see the Muslims, they'd change their name to X. And Muhammad, everybody just changing their name. Like, what is they people doing? You would always hear the government name, right? Government name, government name, government name. I know y'all heard. Just a lot of the stuff that we hear, like the sister said earlier, we don't research. You know, you'll hear somebody say something, but it just be hearsay instead of you going to look it up yourself. You know, that's what started me on my journey too, you know.
But a lot of these people are not even on the record. They create these false advertisements. You can go to my state, you can ask the government what's my nationality, they probably will tell you itself.
Well,
I was the first Moor ever elected on the city council board. But I see these
you were
people,
fortunate. You had your elders poured into you. You were born into this in a sense.
wasn't willing to lie.
Born into. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying like a lot of people, you know, a lot of our people, like you said, they're born, like for instance, we got these parks down here. I don't know if y'all got parks where y'all at. We got these parks. Yeah, we call them parks or ghettos, neighborhoods, or whatever the fuck, where they put all our asses at.
They got that everywhere.
Low income, well, we call them parks here, brother. I don't know. I'm not over there. I'm not in Carolina. I'm not in
ghetto,
Iowa.
the hood, the double O, whatever you want to call it.
So what I'm saying, so yeah, projects, yeah, the PJs. So what I'm saying, right? Those people in those areas don't get certain information. Then you say you're the chief of information. So, you know, a lot of us didn't get information. Information that we did get was infiltrated. That shit was watered down. That shit ain't even had no water in the shit.
It's called being active and not passive. And a lot of these people
that's not even true either. That's not even true either, because you can still be passive, bro. You can still be passive. You don't have the information, you can get passed by. How about that?
But who fault would that be?
That's not to say it's nobody's fault. It's
that
just
means
time.
People ain't read. They didn't comprehend.
Mo, that's not true, Mo.
It is.
I told you a lot of them can't even read. This not even our fucking language. English ain't our shit.
Listen, I'm not the only one that my elders have produced. I have many brothers. Cosmo L.
Time out. You the only true one. Cosmo in some other fucking state somewhere. If nobody was from Virginia, ain't no Virginia motherfucker here with that shit. They doing a lot of bullshit fuckery here, bro. So I don't know.
So, but you
guess what? So I won't be the first one in my region.
But Virginia, you gotta understand. You still see.
And I wouldn't be here if I ain't staying for half the shit I know.
But listen,
I'd be dead as a bitch.
You looking for Moors?
Got killed 2 or 3 times.
You looking for Moors to be active and to do what you want them to do. I'm not looking for Moors to be active in Norfolk. I'm looking for brothers to get with Q. Fuck what them niggas talking about at this point. Q is the one that's going to help the brothers financially. You get over there talking that jibber jabber shit, you still can't give our people resources, benefits. you can't take our people to a level that they never seen. So you can walk around here with your feds on all day long, but until you can give back something to the community and make a change, whether you're a Moor, a Hebrew Israelite, a Jack Daniel, a Black Spade, a Blood, a Crip, whatever, if you cannot give back and these people do not feel like you're doing something or these people being misled,
Well, time out. I got. Can
that's
I
the
get
problem of them people. You're not out there by yourself.
the
You
shit
gotta
is
understand, Q
it's not
has,
about
he's
the
in
bag.
Virginia with you. He's out there in Virginia.
It's not even about the bag at the end of the day. The wealth is in the people. We are the bag. We are the fucking gold.
Let me tell you this. If Q tap in, just like when my young Moore Seymour that got 8 billion in metaverse coins, once that coin flip over to pennies, he wouldn't have to fuck with the people because he'd be considered as a billionaire at this point. It's that quick. Overnight, he could become a billionaire. All it takes for him is that coin to flip over. Q would tell you the same thing with
So
the
if that's the
NFT.
case,
All
so if
it
that's the
takes
case right there,
is 30
all of us need to get
seconds
on that
for
coin
this
right
thing
now.
to flip over, and that's what it is. We in a
I
new
got
era
5
now.
bills.
Them old ways are done. You gotta let go of them old ways, because that shit just ain't gonna work in this realm, bro. Them old ways are done.
So now, hold on. So now they get the bag, right? You got, just like right now, you got millionaires, billionaires right now. They ain't bringing that shit back to the fucking hood and their people either. So what are you saying? It's still
You're
a fucking.
forgetting the point. Q know how
I ain't
important
talking about
land is.
Q. I'm not talking about Q. I'm just
I'm talking
saying.
about Q. I'll give you the example of the brother that's rising up.
Well,
I'm not talking about
I got
nobody else.
500 right there.
I'm talking about
I'm trying to
Q.
be a
He
billionaire.
understand land. He understand it's important. He understand the things
Where you
that's
at? You in
needed in the
VA?
community. And he's not the only young brother that knows this. This goes back to educating our youth. Because if it's one of him, I need 2 of him.
That's somebody.
If it's 2, then I need 4. Then I need 5. Guess what? Now we're economically intact. And a nation ain't shit without economics. Look at Haiti. It's a nation, but they don't have no fucking economics. So guess what? Other nations get to come in and controlling your people with their economics. That's why we had Drew Ali said specifically, old Moors will have to get all the way in the motherfucking back. I mean, get far as back as you can in them pews. Because these new generation that comprehend and understand the transformation of the new world, they're gonna have to take the wheel. That's why I tell my young boy that's 17, I'm gonna give you everything I can give you with this science. By the time you 21, I'm gonna relax. You got the wheel, young blood. Handle your business. It gotta be that way. We gotta stop thinking that our elders know everything. Because at this point, we in 2021, they don't know shit. They don't even know how to use cell phones. Grandma asking you, how I dial this number, baby? Well, grandma, you might not need a cell phone. You might need to leave that to me. How I use this computer? I keep hearing these NFTs. Well, grandma, give me some money so I can put towards the NFTs. I'm gonna make sure we good. It gotta be like that. I'm gonna let Q drop some jewels real quick. I'm gonna let him speak for itself.
Yo,
I'm gonna
yo,
go
what's
back
up?
to the brothers I'm supposed to get with.
Oh yeah. I mean, peace, everybody on the call, man. Everything y'all touched on tonight, I think was like was needed. Like it's like but my friend told me we had a conversation. She was like, it was like chicken noodle soup for the soul. You know what I'm saying? Like these meetings, right? But we gotta be taking the minutes to build the action. You know, this is what like my third call I've been on. So this, I just see the work, you know what I'm saying? And I'm here to link up. As far as the crypto and the Web3, like I get it. I'm a gamer. I've been in the game. I built my first PC. You know what I'm saying? A lot of the applications and programs, they just been cloned and translated over. Like Clubhouse was Ventrilo. You can go and look that up. You know what I'm saying? Like IP-based client program. That's all it is. So we would basically sit in Ventrilo, just like how people sit in Clubhouse, and then we would load into the game. We would play tournaments. You know what I'm saying? Like I've actually played Major League Gaming, won money from that as a team. We won $100,000 from playing like Call of Duty Source and, you know, Ghost Recon, where they just dropped the NFT. You know what I'm saying? And they're actually going to be selling NFTs in the game. And that's a war-based game. It's a big one. It's very, very tactical. So for all the war and army people that are really into that stuff, and, you know, the generals and colonels and stuff that actually got money to spend on it, it's just another market to tap into. And I'm actually tapped into a network of people that we came up with a metaverse way before all this was coming, like breaking open. We were gonna do a metaverse. Well, we're working on a metaverse on the Rockstar Gaming Engine. So if y'all know the Rockstar Gaming Engine suites, that's GTA. So a game where you can take real tangible items, or you can take your intellectual property, right? I can show you how to take your intellectual property, an intangible item, right? You put it on paper, and I'm gonna show you the processes and the programs to turn it into a digital asset. Now you got a tangible digital asset, like I was saying earlier in the chat, and you can sell it. We got a community, so that's who you campaign with. You know what I mean? Like it's really easy. It's simple. You just got to get it in baby steps, and it's not all about the bread when you first come. Like it's about the bread, but learning the literature, like you got to know the vocabulary, like you got to know what you're looking at so you know what to do. Like, because it's going to be a time where you can press a button and send some shit to the abyss. Like it ain't no getting nothing back. Like you're not going to get it back. It ain't no do-overs. Like it ain't none of that. So when people be like, yo, what coin should I invest in? It's like, all right, let's take a second. Let's take a step back. Do you know the difference between a centralized exchange and a decentralized exchange? Coinbase, Robinhood, Crypto.com, Webull, all of these are centralized exchange because they regulated by the government. They got to report back to them. And that's what's being in the place. Then you got Pancake Swap, Sushi Swap, Uniswap. These are website-based decentralized exchanges where they're not being regulated. They're not being tracked by the government.
Decentralized.
Exactly. And this is where decentralized finance comes into play. And when you turn fiat into crypto and you got a community to bounce the crypto off of where it don't got to go out, now you creating value in the currency. So say we specialize in something, like I've told them this before, I would say we specialize in something and there's another tribe that needs something for us, right? So we NFT the service, they buy it with us, we create a community wallet, right? So whenever a NFT is sold by us through the smart contract, which is the code that's put on the NFT, the process, basically it'll tell you like Brother Naimir gets 10%, you know, the Prince gets 10%, you know, Brother Salone gets another 10%, and that automatically is broken down from the sale, the code. Exactly. So it's an agreement that's being had digitally, and when the person signs, like when they pay for the NFT, that's them signing the contract. Because the blockchain is a decentralized ledger, which keeps track of everything. You know, ledger keeps track of finance. It's stamped. Boom. It's
So
official.
that go back to hot and cold. So now we can pick those off the net too, right?
No, nah. The blockchain is for what is it? Anonymity. It's across the board. It's open to everybody. It's not controlled by one specific source. That's the whole
Your
point.
baby can buy into that. I can set up for my daughter right now, and she can make $1 million at 6 years old, and there's nothing you can do about it.
Facts. No taxes, no nothing.
They still can't tap into your account at all.
You gotta move it off. You gotta move it off of the blockchain.
Everything comes with hackers, though. Even with your money account now, you can get robbed. A nigga can kick your door and put a gun to your head and empty the safe, or they go through a cyber way to rob you. Like it's all the same way. Everything's a risk.
Right.
You can get robbed in the physical, or you can get robbed on the cyber. And the cyber robbers are the intels. the ones that's intelligent and know how to crack the code on your safe. All he did is crack mental code. That's
But
it. A
the
cyber code.
blockchain can't be cracked though, right? Ain't that the whole purpose of it? The blockchain can't be cracked.
Man,
It's
listen,
too decoded.
anything can be
on it.
cracked to a certain. It's just the security. It's the level of security. People really not seeing the new era. When I tell you all them military men on the ground securing your mansion, fuck that. We're not in that era no more. We're in a cyber era where you're gonna have to pay people to secure your accounts. That's gonna be your military men. Bro, make sure can't nobody hack this. You see somebody trying to crack in, I need you to run down on them on the cyber thing. Our people don't see it like that. Our people still stuck in the physical. These people done took off to a spiritual realm now. They're in the cyber. You're still in the physical. They're in the cyber.
Metaphysical.
So by the time you get to the cyber, you're already fucked up. You can't even get in and play. You just gotta move around at this point. The movie we was watching last night.
I was watching Ready Player One.
Nope, it's another movie. I forgot. It was
The
based.
Gamer.
Who was that? It's no, Sandra Bullock was in it, and it was from like 1995. But
Yeah.
they basically tapped into her identity. They changed her whole identity. And it's basically what's going on now. Like they pretty much told us that all these companies had confided in this system, but the system
What is
really
it?
was
Yup,
tapping into
there you go. The
everybody's
net.
information.
The net. That's what it is. The net. And they've been playing with computers way before we even had computers. Please understand that these systems have been tested, trial, and error. Same thing with a car. They gotta crash the motherfucker into the wall to see if their airbag gonna blow up or not.
Or the whole front gonna fold up like a damn newspaper.
But our elders ain't trying to go that far. Out
Why
with the
though?
old, in with the new. You gotta do it that way. Your children get to telling you that there's new shit coming out, you might want to listen. Because if you're not, it's gonna affect you in the long run.
So what's the first thing I said when we got on the call?
Daddy, boy, I want to see that shit.
I told
3
you that's
years
the first
later,
thing.
now you being affected because your son was trying to bring you something that you thought he won't old enough or he won't competent to bring to you.
I said that from the beginning. It's a generational gap between the older and the younger.
And with Q, like I told you, I watched the young brother a lot. I see him doing his thing. He move around and he's really dedicated and he really know what he's doing. Same thing with
Like in the
Seymour.
Bahamas.
I mean, that comes with the cyber thing. We get to change our backgrounds to
They like a real palm tree.
Hey, this just a little manifesting, you know what I'm saying? We going remote. We're gonna go remote with it.
That'll be hot though. All us in the in
That's
Cuba.
even with me coming up with the coding for our youth. I'm creating a coding curriculum for our youth, and I'm gonna set it at a price where our people can reach it. Coding costs at least $3,000, period. At least, if you want to teach your children coding.
I got a mo that's doing it for free. TSP Code Kids.
But I would have to see what he's working with because them Indians got some shit that, listen.
You got it.
Them curriculums is crazy. My daughter made her cartoon in 10 minutes. 10 minutes.
Yeah, he teaching them how to make their own game, like their own Minecraft.
Yeah. I mean, so
and teach them how to produce it and sell it for themselves. Like once they make it, then they produce it and sell it.
Brother Namir,
TSP Code Kids.
On the 18th, I got a class in Norfolk, off of Northampton. Tap in with me, I'll get you the information.
Oh,
I'm just saying that's an in-person class though. That's a whole nother zone that I got set up. That's what I'm saying.
Oh,
like,
that's a lot.
He in the Telegram, so I don't know if you dropped into the Telegram, but he sees the Telegram, so that's actually like from the world, like the cyber world, like that's connected to
Yeah.
like 15 other worlds. Like we got a Discord that's going crazy. Like it's really about to go up. Like we just did a fashion show. Like so it's really about like if you was to draw out a map, you know what I'm saying? Like I'm a one dot on the map, you know what I'm saying? Web3 is another dot. Then we got, you know, free living, you know what I'm saying? Or I don't know how, whatever y'all want to call it, our standard of living over here, you know what I mean? And they're tools. Like Web3 is a tool. Our state of living, our knowledge is a tool. Like, and we got to know how to move within these tools and operate with them. Like, I'm not about to get lost in the metaverse. I hope none of y'all even think of doing that shit. Like, I don't advocate for that shit in no way, shape, or form. You know what I'm saying? I am for telling my people to take a motherfucking walk, get your ass up from behind the computer, walk around, do some jumping jacks, do some push-ups. Like, we do a lot of shit over here behind this computer. We spend a lot of time behind the computer, and it's like keeping a mental up, read a book, you know what I'm saying? Like tap out, like cut this shit off, like cut it off, like plug out of the clubhouse. Like you're not gonna see me, bro. Like I keep it real with them, just because it's just like I'm not no robot, like I'm not no internet, just like I'm about to just be no, like what? I'm
Yeah.
real live
You
people.
gotta tap in with yourself. You gonna be dead. I'm telling you. You
Right.
stay behind this screen for 20 years, you're gonna die in that 20 years. Cause ain't no
Probably
blood
from radiation.
circulating. Yeah, all that. You
Probably from
you might
radiation.
hit the button and get a stroke. Oh,
Right.
I
And I
bet.
know what's going on.
I seen it on TV that the gamers be be messed all up, like they fingers, they
Yeah,
back.
they be having carpal tunnel in their wrists and hands. Yeah, bro, that's gonna be taxing. It's
Cause you
taxing,
folks
bro.
are like, that's why you have to get into the different, like even Buddhism, meditation. Meditation is a thing where you have to separate from the cyber. Stretch, know what I mean? Move your fingers around, know what I mean? Shake it up, shake it off a little bit. So these are things that our people just have to upgrade and, you know, take it to another higher fundamental. But I don't want to get off topic. I don't know what brother I'm at. I think I'm at El Maker said something, Amir said something. I think it's brother's Chris turn. You still with us?
Hey, repeat the question for me one time. I just want to make sure we clear.
How was you affected by these systems that was created for you to fail or us to fail?
Well, I think from a societal standpoint, just from the way it gets into your mindset and programs you, you know, the way it will have you lost out here is one thing. Then the educational system, you know, the fact that you really don't get proper knowledge of self, and it's hard to really appreciate, you know, what we bring to this world, because we don't get that. And also the way that it divides the family, you know, I have had my my parents divorced, you know what I mean? So it kind of helps push for that, you know what I mean? And it kind of gives the power to the woman and kind of take it away from the man, you know what I mean? I seen my father in a messed up situation. But and then it's the justice system. Man, I done been charged with so many crimes that, and I swear, like it seemed like when I got my life in order, it was on the right track, is when I had some of my worst police encounters. And it don't matter whether you're innocent or you're guilty, because when you get these messed up police encounters, it's life or death every time. And even after that, when you got to deal with the criminal injustice system, which almost seems like it's designed to to extort you, to extort money out of you, extort your wealth. You know what I'm saying? You know, but luckily, you know, I mean, I've been through too much with that. And what else? Probably I mean, I can go deeper than that.
What about the school system?
I mean, I kind of already touched on the school system. That's probably the first thing I touched on as far as the education. Well, yeah, the school system outside of the societal situation, propaganda and all that shit. But I think one of the most impactful was the justice system. And the amount of years of my life, I haven't done any time per se, but like when I was in high school, first of all, the fact that I thought being a Navy SEAL was the best thing that I could do for my life in high school just kind of tells you how the program and had me, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And then the fact that the criminal justice system, you know, was myself getting in trouble with the law is actually what stopped me from being able to go through with that, which ended up being a blessing in disguise, you know what I mean? But still, even for the crimes that I did not commit, that I was accused of, it's still tens of thousands of my wealth that's up in smoke. You don't get that back. You don't get back the bail money. Most people don't have 100,000, 10, you know what I mean, 500,000. What it costs, what you got to really put up to recoup bail money. You know what I mean? Then it's the lawyer money. Yeah.
I know how you feel. As a community court advocate, I used to watch them give these youth excessive bails, and I try to be like, yo, this violates the 8th Amendment. It says you can't give excessive bails. And I used to watch them drag these youth and their families, and they take someone financially. Being certified as a community court advocate, the biggest question I asked the DA, because she was one of my trainees, I asked her, where do all the money go that y'all make out of this court system? Can you tell me what y'all do with this money?
Real talk. And
she looked at me like I should have had my face shot off. You asked the wrong question in front of a room of trainees and people being trained.
That makes it like the justice system isn't about justice, because at the end of the day, you got a lot of people that's sitting in jail for being poor.
The poor
now
are
they
being
can't
locked
have
up.
they can't get adequate representation. They're getting a public defender who's trying to push them into, you know what they say, you want to go home? All right, if you want to go home, you got to cop a plea to the felony. You know what I mean? That's the game that they playing. So now they got you, like my man Bonnie said, if I got your name right, then they hit you with that strike, you know what I mean? And that's like really it seems like that's what their goal is, because they don't always want to catch you the first time around. They don't always want to sit you down. The primary goal is to hit you with the felony, because once they hit you with the felony, now they took away your opportunity to defend yourself, your right to self-defense. They took away your right to actually vote. So they took away your voice. You see what I'm saying? They took away your ability for finances. You know, but somehow I made it through all the pitfalls of the system. You know, I never say I'm self-made, because it, you know, was Black men and women out here that put life into me that that helped me make it through these situations. You know what I'm saying? And that's why I know that every individual needs to know that they're not insignificant in their efforts, because one person could you think your effort is small, but the impact in another individual's life could be huge. You know what I mean?
Oh, praises.
We have to get
and that's
back.
part of my story.
It goes back to education. Like even looking at this paper, you see what this says? Our people don't know that these are public records. This is a police chart. Tell you how many officers are in your neighborhood, what color they are, badge numbers. All of this is public record. That's why I got in the position I got in with the court system. These people fucked me over. My first time I went to prison, I was 16 years old. I was a juvenile. They put me in prison with grown ass men.
That's the school to prison pipeline.
This what I had in the prison for them grown men. I'm young. You touch me, I'm gonna stab you the fuck up. Straight like that.
All of them ain't been there.
Period.
None of somebody's born.
But you
Make
gotta
Man,
And not to mention
understand it's a
just that,
system they set up.
but also, having a child with another woman other than my wife. When I got married, she weaponized the child support system against me. So I've been through that whole situation too.
See,
Yeah.
I take care of all my children. I do, and I love them. And I make it very clear to my baby mothers. I say, if you ever come after me with child support, I will surrender my rights. And it's not to go against my child, it's to prove a point to you that I'm not going to ever in my life argue with a colonizer about something that belongs to me. You would have to ask him to support you like you the one that had a baby with him. And it's that simple. And after I had this conversation with every single one of them, I never had this problem. But also knowing the law that child support does not uphold in federal court. There's no such thing. The federal court would throw that out every time. But that comes back to your status and your standards.
And one thing that I realized, going through that system, they show me how much is not about the kids.
About them getting money, they get paid.
It's so not about the kids. I mean, I got so many examples where I could go into where it just defies logic if it's about the kids, like they say. You know what I'm saying?
We don't make the rules, we break them. That's what it is. And that's why I respect my brother Kerwin Pittman L Day. He is the first Moor, and he says he's black because he represents the black people that ever been placed on a government board. He sits amongst the top dogs in the state of North Carolina. And he tells them, this ain't right, this need to be fixed. This is what you pay me to do, to fix the error, etc., etc. Our people have to get inside these systems and change it yourself, period. Because these people would never fix what they did wrong. They never fixed slavery. They reparations. If they did give you reparations, you'll be a fool to even take reparations if you even knew what they was. So these are things that our people have to be educated. And our people got to quit being led by fools. Everybody that claim to be a leader or in some type of position, they're not. I made a post about that the other day. A lot of these people are not adeptly qualified to hold these positions. You can't teach me about being a national if you ain't never sat in a national seat. You ain't never sat at these tables. You don't know what's going on inside these systems, organizations. You don't even know what's talked about. You're not a fucking national. You're an oxy. You can't even sit among the Freemasons if you can't dialogue with them correctly. They will get out, turn their back on you, and walk away. That's just what it is. Our people have to take this thing seriously, like real life. When L Maker told you that I walked him indoors that he never thought he could get in, he got in. And he seen who sat at them tables. And these are people that can put hits on you or tell another officer, stand down, that's my brother. And these officers turn their lights off and keep riding. Or county commissioner, they keep harassing you. Hey, chief police, tell your officers they're harassing the wrong one. That's one of mine. It's all about deals and negotiating. That's all this shit been about. Networking. Who you know. Ain't about where you at, it's about who you know. It's your network. Because the same judge that sentenced me is the same judge that certified me as a community court advocate. And then when I got out, I sat down with that judge. I said, we ain't in your courtroom, and you look like me. Now you gonna listen what the fuck I got to say. You're a fucking sellout. You don't care for your people. And when it all comes down, you gotta die with this shit. When you get to the other side, they're gonna look at your ass like you stupid. So I want you to go home and think about this shit. And today ain't nobody been sentenced but you. That's the conversations I have with real judges, not in the eye of the public, but I have behind the scene. L Maker be there when I'm in a room with all these church and preachers. Don't I tell how it is? I give them the rundown. You fucking sellout. That's what you are. You're a fucking sellout. You don't want to see us win. Y'all full of shit. That's what y'all are.
And that's why I know it's time for us to create our own shit, you know, because just for me to have to, you know, all the bullshit I had to go through to make it to where I am today. Like, man, it's just like rolling dice. Like, if I had to do it all over again, man, I probably wouldn't maybe even be dead in jail. Like, that's how it is for us out here.
We can't go back. Once you roll them dice and you took them steps, you can't turn around. You can't.
Yeah, but for the ones that made it, the fact that it's such a luck of the draw is why it's almost more.
It only means you was chosen.
Everybody ain't make it. It's more of a duty. It's almost your duty to go hard for all the ones that didn't make it through all those trip wires and all the bullshit because they lost their voice. You know what I'm saying? But you've been through it and somehow you made it through. So it's like now you got to hold it down for the ones behind you.
That's why we on this call.
You can't turn around. You can't. You know how many times I'd be like, fuck this shit, man. These people ain't listening. I can't fucking do it. They not hearing me. These people not hearing me. I don't want to keep telling these people this shit. Fuck them. But it's something in me like you gotta fight. You got people that die behind this shit. You got people that they're counting on you. They might not tell you, but they're counting on you. And one thing that hit my heart when a 13-year-old boy inboxed me and told me, I love you. The reason I ain't in prison now, I'm 16 years old, is because you told me I ain't have to follow these niggas. I could be myself.
I remember that.
I did this.
Yes. Man, you went to him. He went to the gang members and told them, look, tell your big homie you getting set free. You need to be able to live your life. You young, this over with for you. I'm out of it, you out of it. We walking out of it right now. I was like, okay. We walking out of it.
People are scared to make that approach. Even our elders, they're not willing to go to these gang members. They're not. They're scared of, terrified. Man, tell your fucking OG come sit down. I used to be gangster back in the day. Tell that nigga come sit down. We can shoot it out, whatever. I do the same shit he do. Tell him come sit down. Let's have a gangster talk or whatever talk you want to have. Let's talk about it.
No, prophecy intelligent tone, brother.
That's what we have to do. If we want to clean our community up, we have to step in the community. Some of these people are not willing to go in hoods where shots fired all day long. Maker used to ride with me. I used to keep a thing on me. Like, what? Still active? He'd be like, bro, you active in the community and still towing a gun. I said, because I'm not about to play with these niggas.
He was right, though. And he was right. He was right. It's a dangerous world we living in. Like, you know.
Yeah, I'm not about to play with them. You ain't about to gun me. You come running up on this car, you gonna catch something hot right back at you. Simple as that.
What Jesus
and it's just that we've been ill-prepared. We've been ill.
The hustlers, the killers.
But you have to look at it like.
And another joint I want to throw in there too, man, is actually poverty. Because when you got so many people when you got really just worried about your stomach hungry, bruh, and you try and make a meal, like, man, all that righteous shit, it's hard, yo.
Right.
It is.
That's savage mode, yo. Like,
hey,
that's some hungry shit, man. Like, that's why we gotta have compassion.
Our community's full of it. They're full of poverty. There's youth I know right now. I grabbed 5 kids because they was gang banging and they start, they started tagging my set in the schools. And the police know who the big homies in the city. Please don't think that they don't. Once the city official told me, your hood has been tagged in this school. So you either gonna get a hold of these youth or we gonna start rounding y'all niggas up. That's exactly what's told. I went and grabbed 6, 7 youth and I said, I don't know what the fuck y'all doing, but it's gonna affect everybody in this city. Even the big bros that wanna do something for you. All that tagging the bathrooms and thinking you writing your set on the school is fucking stupid. Because these people shouldn't even know who you are and why you moving. And I said, why are you doing it? For what? You don't get no cool points for that. I respect you if you pick the book up and read it. I used to get my little homies ranked for graduating. I promise you. They off the call now. They was in Ola, Brazy, a couple of them. I made them get on the call tonight. God told me if there's anything you do positive for your big homie is to get on this damn call and listen. But you gotta understand, I asked on you, what's wrong? He said, I'm hungry, I ain't ate in 3 days. I said, well, what you want to eat? He said, I want pizza. The other one said McDonald's. I bought all of them food. When I tell you this 12-year-old ate a whole box of pizza by himself, and I said, why ain't you taking home to your brothers and sisters? I ain't gonna get to eat it because they're gonna take it from me. So you have to understand inside these hoods, these ghettos, these youth are beating the hell out of each other just to eat. Think about it. It's only one piece of bread in the kitchen.
Raping each
other. You can't whoop my ass for that bread. You ain't eating it. It's the same thing in prison. The little rich boy that got all the canteen, if he's a bitch, they're coming to get that canteen out your locker.
Not no more.
Our people are so divided.
Not no more.
I used to give so much back to the community. I used to give back food every Thursday. I was giving away food. I literally used to go pick the food up at Food Line. And yeah, it probably got 2 days before it expired. But I hit everybody I know. Come get this shit now. You say you starving, I'll bring it to you. I used to do this every single Thursday. And the reason I used to be mad at so many churches and nonprofit, do you know these people can go to these stores and get the food that they can't put on the shelf and give it away for free? And some of these stores rather put this food in the trash than to feed the starving. Literally. They be like, nah, we ain't giving away that. We gonna put that shit in the trash. Because if we put it in the trash, that means we still have value on the food that's in the store. They gotta find a way to come purchase it, which is fucked up. So it's going to take all of us to move forward. And like I said, we gotta let go of this religion and a little bit of this for right now. You have to build a relationship among yourself. I never forced nationality on my brother Elmaker. We don't even have that conversation. I know that's my brother, period. If I call him, he got me. And if he called me, I got him. That's all the understanding we have to have among each other. You can call me, I'm there. I don't give a damn what organization you with. You my brother, I'm on the way. We have to have the same logic because we're all being affected by the beast. The beast have affected everybody. Even when him talking about jail. When you get locked up in jail, your family's affected. Because your ass in jail and you need phone time. So guess who paid for the phone time? The people that love you. Need Canteen. Who paid for it? The people that love you.
Yo, you can't even get on jail, bro, because that's a whole nother extortion racket. On so many different levels they hitting you.
These people make so much money off of us. That's why I became a part of their system and to learn how these motherfuckers operate. And I see. Growing up, I used to say, oh, police, they're here to protect and serve. When I got all the way in this shit all the way, I said, man, this shit wicked. I know officers that go to whorehouses and fuck them on duty and leave the whorehouse and get back in their police car and drive off like they never fucked this prostitute. The officer that tried to hem me up in North Carolina, he telling me off camera, man, I got a couple pounds at the crib. Man, I be smoking that indica. But you gonna write me a ticket because you talking about you smell weed in the car? Oh man, I ain't got my license plate fixed or anything. You really bold enough to have this fucking conversation with me? So you can break the law doesn't apply to you? That's how wicked this shit is. And if our people don't get it together, they're gonna make another system for you. Oh, they're gonna come out with a cyber police where they can jail all your assets and lean it in the cyber world. You don't think they ain't creating this shit? There's nothing new under the sun. It's just called advancement. That's it. Advancing and developing. And they go higher and higher. That's it. That's what gaming is. Gaming is to develop and to make the game look more digital and more definition. That's it. Who has the best high definition game? Is it fun to play the game? Go to fucking Grand Theft Auto when it was on the PlayStation. Now look at GT5. Just think about it. Developing. They've been doing this. Now it's time for you to tap in and for you to take control. And that's what NFT gave you the ability to do, to take control in the cyber world. Because our people, oh, I ain't fucking with that shit, man. You know, yeah. But when it's all over with, you're going to be mad. Fuck, I knew I should have tapped in. I'm over here listening to them. They talking about they ain't into it. Do your research. See what's going on. Pay attention. You can't say these people ain't presented because it's all over the damn internet. So when it all switches and you don't comprehend why it switched, guess what? That's not my problem. That's your problem. You're going to have to deal with that. Like he said, that's why they call them pioneer Aztec developers who built Washington, D.C. Aztecs. They just taking this shit to a new level. Eventually, this shit gonna turn into a cyber war. You think there's nations on Earth? Wait till they start creating nations in the cyber world. These nations gonna have to come together and have allegiance. They setting up kingdoms in this cyber world. That's what's going on. Pay attention. You have to pay attention. Next thing they do is free all their assets in the cyber world. If you don't have a team, when you tap into this level, you're gonna be screwed all types of ways. And the ones that don't understand what's going on gonna remain to be slaves. They said these people are catching up about the history. They know we stole the land. They know we beat them. They know we raped their grandparents. They know they're catching on. Even our kids are starting to realize that we did some fucked up shit. But now we have to change the venue. So we're gonna leave that where it's at. We're gonna update the venue and turn this shit to something else that's just gonna throw that shit under the rug. And what I'm trying to do is give you game. My money's on Q. I know he know what he's doing. I know he's paying attention. These are the youth we have to support, and we have to pay attention that they're growing. Even with Boney, when he go in having an LLC as a young man, he not old, I'm not old. I started my own corporation at the age of 28 years old. So we are accomplishing things at an age that our elders could never accomplish. And people have to recognize these things. Start listening to your children. They pay attention to this television more than you do. They might decipher it more than you can. Everything on TV is not bad and everything on TV is not good. But we have to start utilizing each other. That's what unity is for, to move in union. Everybody has a role that they have to play, period. Some of us get stuck in certain ways. We become indoctrinated. When you become indoctrinated, you no longer can think for yourself. Erykah Badu said it the best. You better think while you can before it becomes illegal. Boy, once they make illegal, thinking illegal, it's over for you. They're gonna slap that chip on the back of your head and that's gonna be it.
It's already illegal. Try to say some smart shit about the vaccine.
Yeah, that's why you gotta be strategic the way you talk. That's why I said when a brother get to moving in his lower self, you don't cuss him out. You be very simple. Satan, where you going? He gonna be more disrespectful than you because you respond with an intelligent tone. Oh, nigga, fuck you, nigga. Brother, I still love you. I hope you have a nice day and you're successful and prosperity to you, brother. Why are you talking to me like this? Huh? Man, listen. How can you hurt a person that's talking to you positive? Gotta love self. Gotta unify. But I ain't gonna hold y'all up. I do want to open the floor for the sisters at the bottom. I want to see what y'all response and how you feeling, because there's been a lot of dialogue with the brothers. Yes. Y'all sisters still here? Khadijah, did I say it right?
Yes, I'm here.
So how you feeling? What's your thoughts? You know, I want to give room for the women to express their mind, their truths.
Well, I could say the whole idea about college kind of really like gave me a bad start in life because, you know, in high school, they always tell you, oh, you got to go to college if you want to, you know, be somebody or have a career or whatever. So that was beating my head so long. I was like, you know, first thing I did was go to college when I got out of high school. And then I was left with a huge student loan, and to this day, I have yet to have a job in that field that I went to college for. So, I feel like it was a huge waste of my life. And uh, it wasn't until I went to trade school to learn a specific trade, then I immediately got a job right afterwards, which took way less time. I don't have any debt. I paid that money off. But here it is. I still owe this large student loan, So that definitely has affected my life mostly. And the whole financial thing in school, they teach you stuff that really, the basic stuff, but they don't really teach you stuff that you need to know in life. You know, how to manage a bank account, like say they teach you little stuff, but it's just like to pass the test, but it's never like really teaching you to open up an account and how to manage your money or anything like that. You kind of have to learn as you go or as you make mistakes, so I don't know. I just think the educational system has really uh took us back a lot of steps away from what we are really able to do.
True indeed. We don't have enough time to do anything for ourselves because we too focused trying to do what these people tell us to do. That's the fucked up part about it. We live in the life they want us to live, not the life we want to live. And if you ask the average millionaire what's his highest degree, he'd probably tell you he ain't got one.
Exactly.
That's the fucked up part about it. Even the doctor that got the PhD, he's dumb as fuck. Because there's certain topics you bring up that you like, what? He only knows what he was taught. You're a
Hmm.
brain surgeon, so you don't know anything outside of brains. You know how to work on the brain surgically, but you don't know how to use your own damn brain. How fucked up is that? I mean, it's wicked. And it really fucks with me mentally. It really does, because I feel like I'm in a fucking video game and I keep going to other levels. Level 9, level 10, level 12. The fuck, when this game gonna be over? Like, really? Like, once you start tapping in, it's like, you'll see it's their game. You're inside this machine and we're playing their game, and that's just how it works. I mean, you either can beat the game, control the game, or you be controlled by the game. That's just what it is. I mean, and I know L Maker be going through it because that's how he sees his shit. Man, what the type of games these people playing? Like, you can master all this shit. Like, you gotta master it in order to win. Like, but like I said, the mindset he's gonna break through. He's the one that's gonna break through. Bam! Told you I got y'all ass. I'm in here now. Yeah. Now what? We here. And I brought my team with me. We here. So
Oh yeah, he's teaching me.
you just gotta stay focused and keep going and get that drive. And as leaders and people that take the step before you, not saying you can't be a leader, because at some point we all lead, but we all had to follow some type of footsteps at some point. So eventually we all leave. And it's about taking this information back to your home, to your loved ones, and instilling in them. And always understand about the seed. As long as you plant the seed, you did your job. Because if you water that seed, it's going to grow. My elder planted a seed in me at the age of 14, and bam. Yeah, I did some crazy shit through the path and, wooty woo, but the seed still came out. I had thorns popping out before I had this pretty flower. So that was just during the process. And I think we all got to take that walk. You either going to win or you're going to lose. And once you submit, that's when you die. And it's just that deep. Empress, what you got to say? Unless you over there busy.
I am not. It's just slowed down. But, I mean, it was a great discussion. I agree with everything everyone was saying. I mean, once we know that all of this was planned and all by design, we'll come to a clear comprehension of how to navigate. And like we were just talking about a couple days ago, the relationship between children and their parents and these holidays. And speaking on Christmas, since it was just yesterday, you feel me? When you find out that Santa Claus isn't real, because we probably all grew up celebrating Christmas, it gains a trust issue between children and parents. Because it's like, why would you lie? You feel me? But that's part of the colonizers' plan. You feel me? To keep the lie going. Yes, education plays a major part, because like the sister said, we're not taught how to survive. You know, they don't teach us how to build a house or how to grow food or things that we would actually benefit from through life. It's just these questions, and we take a test and we pass it. And so many people go to college and they don't go in the field that they even graduated from. You feel me? It's all a setup to be that way. They make us to be workers and not bosses. What else were we speaking on? Also with the pedophilia. I agree with that as well. You feel me? The victim becomes the suspect eventually. It's a generational curse that needs to be broken.
Negative.
Somehow. I read a book a few years ago by Robin Norwood. It's called Why Me, Why Now? I don't know, I'm gonna get the book, but it actually changed my life, and it opened up some different opportunities for me. I read it in 2018. I came to the science in 2020, but she was a psychologist, and she was speaking on her clients. She was speaking on like the meaning of life, but then she'll go into different stories about her clients. And one of the stories was a man who was touching on his daughter. And I guess while sitting on her couch, she explained that he was touched as a child. You feel me? It's all a generational curse. And I believe that all of us, you feel me, have been abused, whether it was physically or sexually growing up. You feel me? Some of us take a different role. Some people don't know how to take it. So they want to abuse other children or other people. Yeah, it's just a lot of generational curses that just need to be broken. It's gonna start with us, and we have to implement it in our children in order to keep that going. What else did y'all speak on? Because I was in and out listening because I'm handling customers. Brother Comrade, Chris spoke on self. You feel me? Self is first. Self-love is universal law. So like he said, when you love yourself, that shows in everything that you do. I mean, you love other people when you love yourself. So when these people are going around doing the things that they do, it just shows that they don't have love for themselves. So we definitely could start there. Like that's first for anything. To teach self-love, teach knowledge and history. Because if people don't know where they came from, then they're not gonna know where they're going. And I think that's it. If I can remember anything, I'll speak back on it.
How did the system affect you?
The system affected me by angering me. I've always been a bit of a conscious child, even growing up. So I knew something wasn't right growing up. It just didn't make sense that we were below or we were inferior. And it really just angered me growing up. When me coming to the science, it was a bit of a relief to know that I was right about a lot of things I was feeling growing up. But like I said, it's set up to keep us in a mental conditioning, in a mental state of slavery. And it's, excuse me. I'm sorry, I gotta sit down. I've been on my feet. Yeah, like I said, it really is just generational curses. And then it's really about what you want to do. People do what they want to do. Like Brother Namir was speaking on being ignorant or not intelligent. My grandfather raised me, and he is legally illiterate. You feel me? He can notice different things just off of like children know McDonald's by the sign. You feel me? The symbol or the logo. But he's legally illiterate. You couldn't put a new word in front of him, yet he was very successful. You feel me? Had a job, took care of children, grandchildren, has land, has property, has several houses and cars and everything, but that's because that's what he wanted to do. Even being illiterate. So even, you feel me, ignorance or illiteracy is still no excuse because people do what they want to do, and that's just the bottom line.
Yeah, that's law. You can have a brother that go to school and get all these degrees and never apply them and still be broke and wonder why he broke because he ain't never applied to his life. That's just I don't know what you call that. It's another option.
But overall, you feel me, we're very advanced on, you feel me, our intellect. I get it that we need to bring people on, but it's hard. It's hard when people don't want to learn. It's hard when people don't want to do it.
It's kind of like
Can't hear you.
it's kind of like
The mic's still going in and out.
it is.
Try it now.
I said it's like the brother.
Something wrong with your microphone. You keep
They don't
doing
want me to speak.
it ain't me. It's your computer or
I say
whatever.
they don't want me to speak, man.
Yeah, they know what they doing. Welcome to the cyber world. But the man behind the scene really controls what our computer be doing. Taking pictures, snap. I ain't do that.
I can hear y'all very well.
See, we can hear you now.
Okay. I might have been too close to the mic.
Try to
But I
talk
was saying,
now.
so I was saying it's like when you got that brother or sister that's in the back of the class, right? And they never raise their hand, they never speak, you know, not that they don't know it, but some people just, you know, I know for myself, if I'm not walked through something and I don't know it, it's hard for me to speak up or go and apply something or do something if I never did it before. You know, so it's that fear of not knowing, you know, or not doing until we see somebody else do it or yada yada. But like you said, this younger generation that has no fear, they jumping out there and going, you know, and they're leaving. Like you say, how you saying you just want to leave the brothers and sisters behind. But you know, that's what's happening. Everybody, as soon as they get it, leaving each other behind, nobody's coming back for nobody. You know, and that's just what's happening. So the gap is getting bigger and bigger and bigger. Like you see, you got these millionaires, overnight millionaires. What you think they're doing? They're not going back and getting their sisters or their cousins. They bragging and showing them in pictures while they cross seas some damn way. You know, these brothers and sisters that get these billionaire, all these basketball and football stars right from our neighborhoods. They might come back and throw a fucking party or some shit, have a little damn cookout. Fuck that. You know what I mean? They ain't coming to build no damn store, no school or nothing. This is a bunch of bullshit.
Right.
Huh? Just like that
It's
damn
the
brother
same
Umar,
way
like
we rather
the
throw the
brother,
food away than to
like
give
even
it to
the brother,
people who want it.
The brother Umar, he raised all that money for the fucking people in the school. We ain't seen a school fucking yet. That's why I don't fuck with him. He talk a bunch of shit. These people talk a bunch of shit and they ain't doing nothing.
Hey, let me speak on Dr. Umar.
Man, he some shit.
Let me speak on Dr. Umar because I've been to the school and
What school? He don't know about that shit.
as someone with a building trade eye and mind, with as an electrical expert, he acquired the school. It's a campus, like 3 or 4 units. The school, since he has purchased it, has been attacked and sabotaged. Bama's tried to burn the shit down. So one of the buildings he gotta deal with remedying fire damage. Somebody came in that junk, stole copper out the wall for the plumbing and the HVAC system. Somebody came up in that one of them buildings and cut about 50 cables that was going into the electrical room. You see what I'm saying? Like, so I know people might be like, yo, man, this Bama been working on this shit forever. Like, why it ain't done? Like, it ain't done because it ain't enough support to actually just knock the shit out like overnight. But damn sure,
No,
if somebody just came and
grants.
dropped a couple mil on them, just like that, Brody, I'm trying to tell you, he
If
could
that man was more
handle all that.
transparent, if that man was more transparent with these people and they finance, that's just like right now. If we decide to put together a school, right? And we dropping our money, let's say we dropping all my money to Prince, right? But Prince, goddamn, he popping out with Rolls Royces and goddamn all kind of other shit and ain't doing what he supposed to do with our fucking money, right? Don't nobody want to keep putting into that shit. If he would have kept
But the
on,
brother,
if he would have listened,
brother
hold on,
just
if
said
he
they
would have been
destroyed the
transparent,
school.
Yeah, you gotta understand, like what he's saying
So they
is
don't want us to have anything. Do you think they
that's
want us to have anything? The devil don't sleep. So they're not gonna stop. And that's why my motto is we got to get rid of them first
what
before we
he's
try to change
saying
our
is
people. Because while we trying to change our people, they're constantly trying to keep them in mental slavery.
what I'm saying. If he was transparent with his people like he was to get the money that he got, he
he
would have
couldn't just
enough.
come out and
in the-
say that, bro. He was there's already kicking in his fucking door. You ain't seen when the FBI or the SWAT team kicked his door in with his family, talking about he had his own kids hostage. I know what the Conrad's saying because we acquire land in Warrenton and Warren, North Carolina. And when I tell you these crackers was going in there, taking hay stocks, they was in there fixing shit. And I already knew what the fuck these crackers was doing. They was setting up a fucking machinery lane. So once they put this lane, because they act like they had a contract to come do all this crazy shit, now you can't do nothing with the land. All the assets is freeze. Now you adding all these people in. And when it comes to freezing this shit like that, now you got to get attorneys paid. You got to pay all this other extra money. And with the school, you got to pass inspection. As soon as you cut these electrical wires, they're going to shut this shit down every single time. Especially you being a melanated brother, they don't find a fucking inch problem, they're gonna shut it down. Because my elders was looking at a school in North Carolina that they have for sale for $50,000. But the only problem is it was under sea level. Every time it rains, it's gonna fucking flood. So it's never gonna pass inspection.
And also that's kind of like, that's a hardship that we as a Black community deal with, because it's like everybody don't always see all our struggles, but a lot of times we just see our brothers and sisters falling short of what we feel like they should have done. On 2020 hindsight, anybody, it's always easy to say some shit 2020 hindsight, but without giving them the support they need, and that just kind of creates more divisions, and then the people actually stop getting the support that they need, and it's just like a downward spiral that we dealing with in those type of situations.
And that's what L Maker taught me tonight. That's the lesson I got from him, and I see it clear. The biggest fucking problem in our community is support. We'll pay child support, but we won't get support. We'll go support McDonald's and support all these motherfuckers. We'll support them without even telling them we support them. That's just like nobody supported me when I was active in the community. L Maker tell you I spent money out my own fucking pocket. I know I spent thousands and thousands of dollars. None of these Black people that called me to come talk at their event supported me. They just used me to bring in the youth. That's it.
That's it.
You were using me so you can get to this community to make your organization look good. I made a lot of organizations in North Carolina look like golden. Now, when I backed off and I started doing my own thing, these people look like shit. Because they can't do what I do. I never wanted a nonprofit. I always, my elders said, why don't you just create your own? Because I don't feel like doing the fucking paperwork. That's why. I just want to do for people and keep going. That's it. There you go, brother. I'm gonna keep moving. Enjoy. Go ahead, Elmaker.
Oh, if somebody else was next, then I wasn't trying to break rank. I was actually just thinking in my mind, that round robin. I think that it would change things for us because that's the major issue is the trust, money, and the time that it takes to understand each person's intellectual, contribute. But if we could, like, say for instance, we all got Cash App. Say for instance, we all like, I'm just trying something new because I've been on a lot of calls and really I don't even get on calls no more. And you already know me, Pharaoh. I'm bored. I hate all of the church organizations, everything. I ain't with none of that shit. I don't believe in none of it. And I done seen it. And I'm telling you, it helped develop me into a good person. But I still use all of that shit and ain't been benefited for it yet. I help people, I ain't been benefited for it yet. I done raised up young people. Motherfuckers ain't gave me shit. Excuse my language. But I'm thinking, if we could just all say, for instance, it's 18 of us on here, we could take $50 a piece, play with that, and just start a round robin and just keep that shit going up. And let's just circulate some money into each one of these 15 or 18 people hand that got onto this call. So we can start empowering each other every week. If we could just take that money and circulate it around, we can circulate it around fast. I seen some stuff like this before in my past, but I'm just trying to think of what the fuck could change up everything. We talking about a whole group of people. If y'all anything like me, y'all don't believe in niggas and shit either. I'm just saying, what in the hell can we do to break up the monotony and put us all in power? If we could take and circulate some money in a circle. I could take that 50, I could put that 50 up for a week and then turn it back around next week. Maybe I get that 50 plus everybody else's 50. And then next week, just keep running that shit around. If we could do that, like 18 of us, let's figure out how we can break that shit down like once a week.
Ain't it called a susu?
No.
I don't know what it's called. I just know I need my
one
brothers.
thing you don't want to do is make a pyramid scheme. But basically he's saying it'll be a system. And I know what he's talking about. You have to put somebody at the top. Everybody will invest into this person at the top. The next person in line to go to the top. The man at the top goes all the way back to the bottom and he has to invest the same thing that was invested in him. It's a cycle that continues to repeat itself over and over again. And everybody gets to sit in this seat.
So it's like
Sound like you talking about the susu.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's the Susu kind of had a pyramid scheme, but people start doing bullshit. You couldn't hold them accountable. They get the money now. They don't want it because I did it. We call it the green leaf. You bring in certain people, they boost you up to the next seat. Next one boost you up to the next seat. So we can even start off. He said 50. If that's not in your budget a week, you can start off with $10. And then you'll go into a $20 pot. But you have to take that 10. Once you cash out, you got to go all the way to the bottom. Rather you're in the $20 racket, period. Know what I mean? You got to go back to the bottom. So the 10, you got to drop back to the bottom and push up. So once you get pushed up to the top, you got to go to the bottom and start pushing people up. It's a ladder. We got to keep pushing each other up, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth.
I know.
You can't lose with that.
The other thing that I was going to mention is because we have 18 people on here, is no telling the type of wealth that's on here. We all got to be lying. I'm telling you. Let me tell you how I know.
It's
because ain't man, I don't give a damn if it was 10 people on here. Like, I'm telling you, the wealth that's on a call with 10 type of people that's standing on the call like this, bruh. We all are multi-hats wearer, bruh. Ain't no telling what's on this call, bruh. It's like uncharted wealth on this call, bruh. I'm not talking about no in the heavens shit. I'm talking about right here in the earth, we can create that shit.
Paradise on earth. That's what we both
Right
need.
here, bro. We just need support. So this is the next thing is, we need to do a gift assessment of who is on this call. We don't even know the expertise of who is on this call, bro. Like it's some special gifts that nobody in the world have, like a fingerprint on this damn call, and we not even looking at it. It's almost like the whole world has a support system to come to. They have banking system, they have everything. Black people don't have, bro, who do we go to? Who's gonna support us? Who's gonna finance my good idea? I got ideas. Who the fuck gonna finance them? And all of my brothers is on there, all of my sisters, who's gonna
I
finance
dropped my
us?
number in the chat already.
That's what,
I dropped my number in the chat and my email.
Yeah, we got to bring this together. What's the skills? If somebody on here build websites, they need to take and build everybody, all of the 18 people websites on here. If somebody do social media, they need to take and build all of the social media platforms for the same people on here. And if somebody do music, then we probably need to write theme songs for everyone on here and build all of our platforms. We need to, every one of us need to win. What if one of us need, all of us need, and whoever know how to do the shit need to do that shit for all of us, bro. Get us rolling. Everybody on this call need to be rolling. We need to be empowered. Need car keys, fucking land, buses, everything. Niggas is holding on to the wrong shit. Let that shit go. Put it in the hands of somebody that could do some shit with it. Like right now, we sitting on stuff that we could give to somebody on this call, and that person on this call could blow that shit all the way up, and that shit can mean something to us then. You got
nighttime.
Even marketing. That's why I say every week the challenge is to bring in one person. Now the challenge for next week is to bring in 2. I know I brought in at least tonight, I brought in at least 6 or 7 new people. Because I've reached out to them. Yo, I need you on this call. L Maker, I need you on this call. Need y'all to tap in. We got some great things we about to do. So it's really time to get these economics together. And the brothers and sisters we can utilize in these different fields, we have to support them and back them, promote them, etc.
Package them, get everybody ready, bro.
Right.
We all
That's why I said, find out what your goal is, what you like to do, what you expertise in. Me and the sister Gina, we're coming out with a comic book. We are. We coming out with a comic book. We got some other stuff going on. We're working on a tour with the ambassador. It's all types of stuff going on. Namir be setting up the basically like the priest house in Norfolk where people can go there and get spiritual items, and I mean he can do readings and connect with you spiritually.
And I can build.
And I partner with my brother with the clean money, which he's gonna turn the oil to a spiritual oil. Me as a high priest, let me bless it. Put that on the venue. We got so much things that we can come together and make money. The brother do mounts. He put all types of stuff together with his drill. I mean, he goes in people's homes and he puts their things together and it looks nice. Gotta support that system. My Empress is the best chef I ever met in my life. I'm sorry, Grandma, but this goddamn food is good. That grandma can cook some macaroni. My Empress, she did the damn thing. I mean, shit.
Oh no, Mo.
Bring me no restaurant. I don't want no McDonald's. I don't want no Texas. I need you to come home and cook.
We don't need your interjection, brother. Not me.
All he gotta do is make the challenge. All you gotta do is make the challenge, babe. That's it. We damn sure can start a competition. Now,
Bobby
don't get mad when she smoke your boots.
No, ain't no smoking going on, Mo.
Just don't get mad. You gonna be looking like Smokey Robinson.
Call me Namir Flay, not Namir Bate.
Well, it says the Empress eat. So yes. So like the brother said, we need a network. We need to get this ball rolling. We got other things, information that we can put out here, but it's really time to come together and get this ball rolling.
ASAP.
This can be the $1 million club. Fuck trying to join somebody $1 million club. You looking right at it.
$1 billion, man.
Building, even with the vaccination exemption, I can do it. It worked. Boney is he can give you the testimony. I gave him a vaccination exemption as a divine minister. They gave him his job. He still worked. They're not bothering him about the COVID. Non-people that's not a part of it, they have to make a donation.
He is not property no more.
You bring in people that need to be vaccinated. You put your price on it. I get it done. They don't get vaccinated, and we eat off of that plate. That's another way to bring the bag in. Yo, bro, my people need vaccinated, need an exemption. They're gonna lose their job. Okay, I need this donated to me. I'm gonna get it to you. You gonna keep your job. You don't get it, you can complain. You lose your job. You lose the money. You don't work. Shit, that ain't my problem.
I got the email. You got the email screenshot.
Yeah.
Only I know
As
your
a
face
divine
now.
minister,
Hey,
you cannot
brother,
exempt my people once
I
I sign my
I
name
know your
off.
face now. Bro, I remember your face now. Mo, I think you did a YouTube video, man. You was riding in the car.
Mhm.
You was doing a demonstration with the plates. Weren't you doing a demonstration with the plates?
No,
Was that you? That wasn't him.
I
no,
can't
You look
remember.
just like him.
no,
I remember them 3 seals. That brother had them same 3 seals. I remember them.
no. Boney is a revolutionary. He wasn't on the wartime. He's a revolutionary. He's the one that stepped in the field with the NFC. He was
Mhm.
out there with them couple
The black-
thousand brothers that went to the mountain with them AR-15s,
Oh,
telling
dressed in
them,
all
"You come
black.
out the woods playing, that's your ass."
Y'all went into the Kentucky Derby or some shit.
Yeah, they did all of that.
Yeah, shut them white Europeans down
He,
and they
he,
shit.
he had his boots on the ground.
Oh,
Mhm.
European was fucked up. Hey, they were messed up. Y'all was down there, boy. They were like, we can't conduct none of our stuff this weekend.
But it shows you even with raising the money, even when you cut off the heads of the organization, they still got, even when you get once they cut off the head of the organization, those people that stand for something, for people like GMJ, all of our ancestors or whatever, even brother, I don't know if y'all heard about it, brother Ozone, even brother Spike, these are other comrades that been boots on the ground that basically got sucked right into the system and is innocent. And they don't have a place that they could go back to that can protect them, like our own government, our own system, to protect them. Is just like, y'all still for something, y'all was an issue, we gonna go in there and do whatever with you and spit you back out. And people can't even form enough money, because you know why? You get people that get the money, and then next thing you know, the person that was raising the money crooked didn't even give the person that's doing the time the money. You see what I'm saying? So a lot of chaos.
I'm going through that right now. I just telling the brother that right now. The little space we call it conscious planning here. The lady, Sister Q, we did it like a peg, right? When Bitcoin first came out like 3 years ago, man, we all put up, it was like 20 of us. It was like an investment group. Man, that lady bragging about all the coins she got now, man.
But it goes back to understanding and knowing who you dealing with. Because
Hey, I want to tap in on that real quick though.
Mo, you don't know who you dealing with. You just don't know. Wolf in sheep clothing.
verification goes a long way.
Because sometimes we gotta try to understand from everybody's perspective, So what the comrade is saying, a lot of people making it seem like he's stealing it right now, But from what he's saying he is possibly tax liable for the full sum of the money. So he wanted to hold on to a portion of it until he knows he's in clear of the tax liability. So there's money to cover it if that's the case. In addition, like when he spoke of ozone, A lot of people were saying, oh, they put that $200,000 bond. Niggas is snitching now. Niggas is snitching. Like, why we gotta put that on ourselves like that, bruh? Ain't nobody snitch. They use the digital signal to track them down. So we can't always think so lowly of ourselves, because when we start thinking low vibration, we start moving low vibration.
That goes back to being educated and trained. Even not to be funny, like me, I'm a lieutenant inside the Morris Vanguard for North Carolina. Most of us, all of us got military experience. So we know how to move a different way. When I took some of the brothers I still love that was New Black Panthers to our facility, my elders sunded them. You are not no fucking revolutionary, not moving like that. You had some Panthers having guns hanging off their hips. My elder was about to smoke one of them because he told him to safety his weapon. And the brother's like, I don't know how to safety my weapon. So he said, if I take this weapon off your hip, this belongs to me. Because you have a weapon that you can't even safety. So it goes back to moving correctly, understanding what you're getting yourself into, and knowing what you're going up against. See, a lot of people went out marching, not knowing that they follow you off the towers and they ping. And especially when you move with your cell phones. Soon as you move in formation with your cell phone, you're immediately identified, because that cell phone goes back to what? It goes back to the company you registered it in. You wrote your name on that cell phone. Everywhere you carry that cell phone, your name is on it. Whether it's an iPhone X or the 12, it says Johnny D. Johnny D was in DC. Johnny D was in Oklahoma. Johnny D was where? We know where Johnny D is. They're pinging off the towers. So me being militant and trained by my Vanguard and my elders that are still some that's still active in the military or the Marines or the Air Force, anytime I come into North Carolina, I swing in on my sergeant. Because I know when shit hit the fan, we got to move as 7 to 9 men as a unit. So even my empress, she went with me when I went to see my elder. He had all his flags lined up, dog in the yard. My elder, you couldn't even come fuck with him if you had a 10-man team, because he have his home set up in a position where he can smoke your fucking boots as soon as you step on the soil. But it goes back to education and training.
And listening.
Really know what you getting yourself into. As soon as they told me you coming, once you join the Vanguard, this ain't no motif standing in front of a temple, none of that shit. You're actually in the field. You get hit with what? The bean bags? They might shoot you in the face with a bean bag. It doesn't fucking matter. You better learn how to take the hit and keep moving, because you slow down, your fucking boots is smoke.
And the rest of us smoke.
You talking about a land that my elders can set up a landmine. Not that it explode, but they shoot that fucking canister. You got glass, nails, all types of shit flying your way. As soon as that get in your body, it's going, the rust is going to deteriorate and get infected. You're going to catch gangrene off the rip. Ain't no surviving a buckshot that's filled with glass and nails that's rusty. It's over for your ass. It's a matter of time until you die. So you gotta understand, when I see different formations, I don't be trying to belittle them. I just tell them where they weak at. Yo, bro, your formation is weak. I don't give a fuck if you got 1,000 men. Look at them. The same way I'm looking at them and finding your weakest link, guess what? The United States military doing it, the FBI is doing it, the state police doing it. They're paying attention to your formation. As soon as they find the weakest link, that's who they're going after. Believe it. They don't give a fuck who's your tough guy. They don't go after your weakest link.
Yeah, all the men 1 foot, 2 foot away.
It's one bowling ball and there's 12 pins.
All of them out.
That's what he tell me. My elder always say, think about it. There's always one bowling ball. You just better hope this motherfucker throw this bowling ball and it goes in the gutter. Because if he's smart, he's gonna knock all them 12 pin down with one
strike.
Get him up out of there. Go ahead, L Maker.
Oh, I didn't even mean to put my hand up.
Oh, okay.
It's up now.
But I was getting ready to type. I'm gonna have to hop off, me and my guest. And it was a great call, and I didn't want to interrupt everybody, but I didn't really mean to raise my hand. I'm sorry.
Nah, all is well. We all about to check out at this point. I just tell everybody peace and love, and let's think about what L Maker said with the money thing. Let's do it. Really, $10. Pick a random person. If you with it, I don't know. I put my number in the chat again.
Yeah, I was about to say, man, it ain't really nothing to think about.
I mean, who we gonna do it first? Who we gonna do it to?
I mean, but what's the strategy that he trying to implement? Because if it's just an investment strategy, that's not necessarily a pyramid strategy.
All right, so the strategy is something I don't know. I don't really know quite what I'm doing, but that doesn't mean that that it wouldn't work. The thing that I'm thinking is just to empower one another financially. And we can make it as simple. Now, I know that they got systems and stuff, and I probably could break it down and try to think about something, but it's just as simple as if we got 18 people on here, we just start circulating that money. This is another thing that I remember we used to do in school, which I think is very effective, is we used to get the worksheets, and the kids would take and come in, they make us sell all of these cookies and shit. If we got 10 people, if all of us got 10 people to do it, that's still $100 per person, but it's only still $10 per person. And
so
if
we'll
we
start with you. Let's just see if it works. Let's just see if it works.
Yeah, and so
all
it's
we
different.
want to do is see if the process works. It's only $10, and it's a do or die for me. It ain't gonna hurt shit. It's a do or die.
Yeah, but it's gotta make sense though. It can't just be $10, because we, like he said, you're trying to see what I'm trying to create. I'm really trying to create a boost for each one of the leaders that's on this call. I need a boost to go back to your community. Now, when you go back to your community, I'm not just trying to send you with the money either. That was the thing that I had mentioned also. I said we need to do a gift assessment. So when we send each one of these 18 people back to wherever they going to, whether they're around their family members, their employees, employers, whatever. When you go back, you got 18 of us going with you. That means that you got, if you need a guitar, like say I'm not gonna give everybody no goddamn skit, but I'll write any one of the 18 people on here. I'll take my guitar, I'll write a damn jingle for you. We'll take that, we'll get it recorded right. I'll take my administration team and we'll do whatever we can do administration wise to help you. So the concept is if you got all 18 of these people expertise backing you, plus we got the money that each one of us get to hold, just keep putting it into the pot. That's what I'm talking about. It's going to empower us. We need a jump start. We on here. Who going to support us? I'm going to support you, and I need us to support one another. If we could do something like that, that'd be woo. Right. I don't know where to start, but that's just the mindset. Go ahead.
So it's a trust thing with me, because that's where our people always have a problem with their finances. It's, how I'm putting my money. And it's cool they can think like that. But my thing is, we don't do this shit with McDonald's. We just don't. We don't even know what type of fucking meat these people getting. They might slap some ear meat up there with some cheese on it and put it in a fucking bun and give it to you. But you never, ever question their process.
Right.
So this right here is just a test run, really. It's $10. It ain't gonna hurt nothing.
So check it. How it is then, right? If everybody put up the 10, right? That's like what? That's $100.
It is.
So I'm saying, so everybody would get $100 each time. So the first 100 to go to the first man, then the second 100.
Everybody would get $100. Anything overflows, I feel like it should go back into this platform. Because I pay monthly for this, to put all this together, et cetera, et cetera. So even to bring people on, we should, okay, we hit Elmaker this week. We brought in more people, now they're donating. So everybody's not getting $100 at this point. Now you got 20 people donating, it's $200 on the board. So to bring in more people, oh, well, let's take this money and put it in the advertisement so we can keep bringing people on board and making investments. Okay, the brother Q playing with NFTs. How much money can we take and push it towards this demonstration, that demonstration? Oh, you got oils, we want to take this money, we just donate it, push it that way. But it has to be some type of trust system.
I said we all right now.
So it's about building the funds and having somewhere to put, having something to put the funds into.
I did that before, and it cost me, it backfired like $200-300. I created something, and you can look it up, and I'm not willing to do it again. It's called Tribal Vest. And it's a system that they create the LLC for you, which is nothing but an investment company that y'all own. And we get to place money into this account over and over again. And none of the money moves unless we all agree upon it. But you don't want 100 people agreeing to move a certain amount of money. You have to pick at least 4 to 5 heads, and you have to fall in line with them different heads. And that team, it's like the tribe of Judah. There's 12 tribes. All tribes have a leader. So every leader has to come with his tribe, and this tribe has to raise this amount of money. We're gonna drop this money in the pot. So this month, our tribe had to raise $200 for this pot. There's 12 tribes. That's what? 12 times what? 200? That's $2,400 we have to play with at the end of the month. And it ain't hurt nobody. Who did it hurt?
That's the kind of stuff we talk about. And then it can happen a lot easier if each person, my mind always see one person times 10. So every one person get 10 people. You get 10 people, I remember I used to be in multi-level marketing businesses. To get 10 people to pay $500 a piece, that wasn't easy, but I used to do it. I'm talking about 10 people to just give $10. That's $100.
Right.
So if you could do that, then those 10 people get 10 people. That's $1,000.
Even if you wanted a service done, like say.
The next part to that though. Now we can take that and go get a secured credit card, and the money will triple or double.
That's why when he sets up the Tribal Vest, listen,
fractional lending.
He sets up the Tribal Vest. Tribal Vest goes into the LLC. All of us are a part of this LLC. Okay? Boom. We can go, you have to get a bank account for your LLCs. As we drop money in the bank, these people want interest, like, let me give you a card since you're spending this much money. Did you want to apply for a credit card? Sure. Why not? So now I keep taking the spending limit. It's $500. I've been paying it every month. Okay, can I get $1,000? Okay, I've been paying that for a couple months. Can I get $2,500? I've been paying that. Let me get 5. 5 goes to 10, 10 goes to 20. I'm telling you, I know this system and how these crackers got this fucking bag. That's how it works. My Empress been doing credit repair and all that shit. Like, I'm telling you, right now, what he's talking about, we could be seeing $1 million before the end of the year. I promise you. It just has to be done correctly. I lie to you not. My Johannes Sugarfoot, I know she got at least $500K in her bank account. The car she drives. And she don't scam the people, none of that shit. She just know what she's doing as far as credit and operating through the trust. This is just the first stepping stone, period.
And we're not looking at right now, none of us know each other. Intellectually wise, I don't want to shake hands with nobody in the world. I haven't met nobody with integrity yet, even though I'm still building with everybody I've met. I'm cool with everybody, but I am not in a position to want to do business with nobody. I even have things that I'm trying to grow in, and I don't want to be held responsible because I'm growing. You know, most people don't excuse your ignorance. They still hold you at a high level. So I'm not even in a position to try to do no business. What I'm saying is if we could just, to a small level, I put my money up, you put your money up, let's put it around the table and let's empower each other at a simple level. And let's figure out how we can package everyone. If we got 18 people, each one of us need to be packaged for whatever we do. We know Pharaoh is an artist. He's also, you know, that's one thing. He's a hip hop artist, but on the flip side, he's also like a political leader. So that's two ways that we can help to package him. Third is, you know, he said he's into, you know, movies or whatever he said he was talking about just earlier. These are three different facets of this one person. Now, each one of us have different facets. So what we're looking at now is how do all of our expertise package each one of us to go back to our world when in that place. So when we come back, we can bring those spoils to the table. Look, man, since the last time I talked, you know, the little round robin that we did, plus, you know, y'all packaging me up, got my CD label together, got me investing in cryptocurrency, got me with my real estate piece, got me with the right people, because every one of us knows somebody, and we need to take that and package each one of us to be top champions, bro. That's the whole point, is that every one of these 18 people, if we start right here, send every one of these 18 people back to their world with every fucking thing that they need, because everybody on this call can do that. Bro, I think that we can really win.
And just think about it. This thing can go somewhere real quick. I even try to get our people, what he's saying, it's just a round table. What the next thing I say, hey bro, I need you to take $100 and just buy lottery tickets. What the fuck? Just go buy them. Fuck around lottery ticket, you just pop for 20,000. Now you can drop 10 racks on the table and take 10 racks and do whatever the fuck you want to do with it. Because that's the investment you made in yourself and your team. Oil maker, I need some more oil. So, you know what I mean? We're going to donate this to you. We need you to bring us this back, this service. Oh, I got a sister that need exemptions, so she want to make a donation. All right, I told her 150, so I'm going to keep the 50. And I'm going to give you the $100 for you writing it up. Or I'm going to keep the 40, give you 90. We're going to take 20 and put it back in the pot. You bring the services. Everybody's eating. Everybody has something. Oh, brother, there's some people in Virginia, they need spiritual work. Well, I'm going to direct them to Namir. All right, hey, brother, appreciate the service you brought in. I'm going to make a donation back into the pot. Couple months, we look at this pot, it's about 10, 15,000 in that shit. And we ain't even touched it. It's that simple.
What's that $1 billion coin, bro, talking about? That's about to flip.
We talking about the metaverse?
Yeah, right. That shit, I can't get out my
I
head.
ain't said $1 billion coin. I said Seymour owns 8.9 billion according to metaverse. As soon as it flips over into the penny stock, he becomes a millionaire off the rip overnight. He literally took 5,000-6,000 and dropped it in metaverse.
So what I propose is each person that is up for the money, then each person's expertise is what they up for too. So that meta stuff that you're talking about right there, then that money, a portion of it will go to buying them some of that. A portion of it will go to whatever they need right here. And it'll just get them everything they need. And still, we're talking about sending everybody back to their world fully manned up.
Because it's like this. We
manned up.
We either gonna move forward or we not. It's not even a thinking process at this point. I got my 10 already. It don't matter. Wherever it need to go, that's where it's going.
Yeah.
And even with the Meta, I can go on my Cash App. I don't have to send you $10. I can send you $10 worth of Meta as a gift. That's how dope that is.
Yeah.
Know what I mean? Like it's that simple.
We really got to build a portfolio, a real package for each person that's on this call, because we don't know all of the same things. Some of us know about having trust and stuff like that. Some of us don't have a clue about it. You know, and as long as we keep having a man for ourselves, we're going to have to keep going to our own separate corners. And this is where, you know, you end up with the monopoly, where somebody going to end up with more because they done figured out some little, you know, kick you in the knee, you know, chop down, win. You know, they going to just keep kicking you in the knee till you die, and you just going to lose. I'm just saying, we ain't got to man separately anymore. Let's man together. Make sure it's a round robin, 18 ways. And every time that one person or woman get ready to get empowered up, everybody on the team need to look at them and take every one of their expertise and make sure this person is complete to go back to their world.
So the question is now, where is this $10 going to, and who's committed to do this?
It's more than $10 though. Listen to what I'm saying. The $10 would be useless. $100 in my pocket every week that I have to wait and then put $10 in it just to circulate and talk to people in long conversations is not what I'm trying to deal with.
You still got to build some type of trust.
No, we're talking about the fact that, you know, and I'm building this as I'm going, but listen to me. This 18 people that was on this call tonight, they all need everything that the other 17 people offer. So when we're talking about a full makeover, we're talking about a makeover where it's hair, freaking car, house, everything. We freaking finna make this person over. Their financial portfolio, their photography, their profile pages, social media pages, everything that they need to go back to their world and dominate is what these 18 people are focusing on. So that not that just money go to this one person, but all of the support of everyone on this call and everything that they need to push forward helps them. I think that will be the goal.
So we would need to know what they expert in. We don't know what they do until they tell you.
Exactly.
I know what certain people do because these my people and I observe them.
Yeah, this the crew right here. This the tribe.
So what I did is I dropped the email and I asked everybody to explain what they do as far as product, service, whatever. Some of y'all already know, but even y'all, you can still put it in. And then that's when we'll start negotiating and networking and we'll work. It's called a working board. You work as a board. You start bringing it something you can't provide, the next person can. What they can't provide, you can provide. So all you doing is passing around sales and you keeping the money in the same cipher.
That's what they call they call it.
But I would want Boney to look back into that tribal vest. If you want to start making donations in big dollars and, you know, people be held accountable for it.
That's like circulating our own dollars, basically.
You want me to look into the tribal vest?
I already did it. I'm just not willing to do it because I lost money behind it, because you got to have a certain amount of people to set up a tribal vest. I think you have to have an average of 10 people, and then you set up the LLCs, then y'all can make donations without even being played with by the government or the IRS, because it's considered as an investment company. So you get to invest. So you can take that towards real estate, whatever. But you have to pay a fee. I know the owner. The owner's name is Josh. He's out of Ohio. He's the one that created the investment. I probably can reach back out to him, whatever. But it's really something great. People can't just run off of money. I mean, you can make, okay, I need y'all to donate this much money. You can make fundraisers. We gotta raise $10,000 in 2 months. So it shows who paid what they donated, how much they put in a pot, all that stuff. It's already mapped out. My son's grandfather, he does it. He does flip houses with it, and they make buku money off that shit. I mean, it's just a bunch of old people that's retired veterans. They took their money and donated it to each other. Now they buy old homes and foreclosed homes and everything.
That's what I
So
just asked the brother about.
this is something that we have to take seriously. We can come up here and talk all every Sunday.
So I you know, I don't know where this just I guess a question I would ask myself, you know, because I thought the goal would be for us to, you know, get land, build on the land, you know, secure the land with security, you know, and just keep building on that, you know. So my goal more personally is like that's what I want to do. Like when it comes to resources as far as men, us having the tools and being able to use the tools on the land to build up all these ideas we got, it's going to be worth it. And we're going to have something to show for it. You know, so if there's any direction we move on, you know, in order to let these ideas manifest, we would need land. You see what I'm saying?
I heard we got land.
Yeah, we got 189 acres.
You know, that's man, man, whatever we got to do, $10, $20, build, whatever we got to do, I'm ready to do it, man.
What we do, look, right?
When I tell you I'm an information machine, that's what my elders made me, bro. Chief of information.
Mm-hmm.
And if my people can complete tasks that I give them and assign them, we'll be better off. Cause mad people like, man, you're a walking book. Well, I'm a walking book because I can't depend on nobody else to go find the information. Know what I mean? It just don't work like that.
So you want me to get this tribal vest? Check that out.
Yep, I want you to tap into the tribal vest to see how it operates for yourself. I already know how it operates.
All right.
And just look into it and see if that's something we can come back to the table and establish. Because we have to build a structure. Structure has to be made. I hate anything that's not organized. I don't want to be part of it. I don't give a fuck if it's a store, it's a church, whatever. I don't want to be with nothing that ain't organized. I'm good. You can do that shit by yourself. I ain't with it. You got something organized, I'm with it. So what the brother was saying is, I want you to go look back at the tribal vest and dig into it, and then we're going to come back to this round table. Because it's great information being put out. I mean, even myself, I like make a donation if you want for the class tonight. That's supporting me for doing the class for tonight. So, you know, once we put this structure together, it won't look as hard as it looks. We'll know who's where, when, how, what's the services, and how can we operate in that capacity? Because it's
Also,
down there like forming an incorporation.
It is
working as a unit.
A lot of us got LLCs too already, so that's a plus.
But with LLCs, you can work together as partners. It's called partnership, and that's basically what the brother's saying. Partners support each other.
No, what I'm saying is different individually, right? Versus you having your own business. You can do contracts.
Business are nothing without marketing, period. If you don't have no marketing, one thing with Clean Money, he markets himself. He can go in any state, any city, and I guarantee you he's gonna make sales because he marketed. So that's basically what needs to happen. Market the people we have. The brother has an LLC, he repairs, he puts stuff together. The brother do oil music, he's putting down. I'm on his ass about this 1,000 artists documentary he supposed to finish up. The brother do the NFT classes. My Empress is like one of the best chefs I ever met. I'm not bragging because that's my Empress. That's just what it is. I'm not up to argue with nobody. Sorry, not even you. Now, Mir, you do
I'm a
carpenter
chef.
work. I do carpenter work. Well,
I'm a
I ain't
chef.
seen no chef from you. I seen you in the house building and painting. So we're gonna stick with that.
Go on my page. You'll see it.
The Conrad does electrical work, which is a great thing because once we start building on the field, we would need to utilize that brother in what? Electricity work. We would need that brother to repair some stuff. We need you and myself as carpenters. We'll use L Maker as the foreman to make sure everybody doing what they supposed to do and making sure the blueprint gets made out as it's supposed to be. And the Empress will put the food together, and I will have to learn what skills the brother Nazir got. So that's just how that has to operate. I mean, we can keep talking about this or we're gonna move forward. I'm about executing the plan. See, CMOS, all that
Oh yeah,
stuff. Even
resources.
get my elders to come down and train people professionally in military tactics. My sensei trained the Navy SEAL 6 and rat-a-tat tactical tactics. Because I'm a part of the Black Dragon Society. I'm the fourth generation from Bruce Lee, Jun Kun Do. So I can have my sensei come teach people in the Jitsu and Jun Kun Do.
Why they saying keep doing it?
He been to the Hall of Fame not 2 times, but 3 times in Atlantic City. Kill you with his bare hands. So check into the tribal vest. And then we'll be executing next week. Next Sunday is the execution plan.
Anybody got a food truck out there?
Out where?
Anyway.
Man,
It's
they
brothers
need,
and sisters that got it in the family.
they need more.
Oh, they got a food truck. That's my first love, that kitchen though, Mo.
I usually see them in the summertime. I don't know about the all year round.
See what I'm talking about? All these different skill tactics we got, active training and MMA, all that. So that's something we need to
So
come
basically, we
together.
gotta set the platforms. So basically, we gotta set the platforms and then just help each other market and push it.
Yeah, resources, man.
And then when we make the money, put it right back in the pot. But that's what a trust is. All the money from the proceeds go right back into the trust. So nobody owns it, but the trust, we trustees then. So now when we need whatever we need, we can allocate it out to whatever you may need it for.
You delegate it out to whatever it needs to go to.
Can't nobody come and take it because the trust is not on the book. Only
That's what-
memorandum of trust is on the books.
That's what Walmart does. They take all the money they make and
They
put
can't
it
just
into
go into
a
your
trust.
shit. That's what's happening. We doing
You can't
we
do
doing these damn
nothing
dope.
with none of the assets or the finances they made. You can sue them, but you can't take the money out they trust.
They can't sue. What they gonna sue you? They can't sue you.
I'm just saying, if you get hurt in Walmart, you can't take the money away from the money they put in the trust. You only can take the money that they have established in the regular account.
Well, they're gonna take and do a private. They're gonna do private settlement. That's what they're gonna do.
Yeah, that's it. So it doesn't
That's how they
affect
do.
them regardless.
You can't really sue. Ain't no suing. It's just a recoup, a refunding.
So basically, look into the tribal vest, Phony. That's what I would want you to look into. Think about it. If you like it, we'll go back and try to set it up. And then we'll just get this ball rolling. Start dropping the bag on each other. That's it. You got work. I got customers. Know anybody that needs religious exemption to keep their job, tell them to tap in. You put a price on it, you benefit off the price. Especially if they're not non-members. You could charge them 200. You keep 100, I'll take 100. Take out the 100, we take out $10. That's $20 in the pot. It's that simple.